Hello, welcome to jasonnewland.com. My name's Jason Newland, and Vinny's just jumped onto the chair. I've woken up. Oh, my back's hurting. Oh, I woke up early today. I'm very late doing my Q&A Friday. Very late. This is the latest I think I've ever done one. I've done one on a Saturday before, but yeah, never done one on a Sunday morning. And yeah, please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. I'm tired. I'm not actually tired, but I need to do some exercise for my back today, because the muscles in my upper back are just aching, which they have been for the last couple of weeks. I go through periods with that. It might be due to tension, to be honest, but I'll get it sorted. I'm just moaning, sorry, I've got to stop moaning. Oh, right. I'm purposely not going to talk about Uncle Sausages today, who is my neighbour that's in hospital. I'm not going to talk about him during this recording. I will possibly later on do a Sunday summary where I'll talk about the week, then I will talk about him. But not in this recording. I don't want to talk about that anymore. So what I need to do is look for the questions. Where are the questions? So I've only just got up. I've been awake for about 10 minutes, so I'm not quite with it yet. Oh, okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. One from Hope, one from Michelle, one from Cara, one from Rich, and one from Tammy. Also, I do want to just say a big thank you for everyone that sent birthday wishes to Alex, or Vinny calls him Uncle Sausages, but anyone that made a video or sent birthday wishes, thank you very much. It was very well received and appreciated, I think. So thank you. I definitely appreciated it. It was hard to gauge a response from him, to be honest, but he seemed pleased, definitely. But he was also very distracted. But thank you. I've no doubt he's watched the video, because I put the videos together, and I'm sure he's watched them on his own as well. So, okay, I hope you keep. I like this. You keep talking about different jobs you've had. You keep talking. You don't stop talking about the different jobs you've had. What's all that you've done? P.S. I'm enjoying knowing about what's going on with Uncle Sausages in the hospital. I find it really interesting. Hope that your neighbour comes home soon, though. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll give you an update on the next recording. Right now, I know I keep kind of coming back to him, but I'm going to try and ignore him during this recording, just for the sake of the Q&A Friday. Q&A Friday, Vinny. Hey. Well, Hope, what I can do, I can try and list as many jobs that I've had. How about that? How about that then? I can give it a go. All the different jobs. Okay. I was a paper boy. So, delivering newspapers when I was a kid. Evening, morning, weekend, monthly. So I did that. That was probably my very first job. I think. And I was a kitchen porter, again when I was a kid, doing the washing up. Then I worked in a bakery in the same place. It's the same restaurant. It's a big, really big restaurant. So that was that job. So those were the first, so those are 2 jobs I had. Well, 2 different places I worked. Well, 4, no, different jobs I had, but yeah, delivering newspapers, monthly magazines. Because they're all different jobs, but that was kind of what I did. That was the roles. But there's also roles in the bakery as well. So what have we got? The chip shop. So I worked in a chip shop. Then I worked, I think my next job actually, I'm just thinking about it, I worked in an old people's home. I think they're now called residential homes, I think, but they used to be called old people's homes back then. And I was a cook for 2 weeks, and I got sacked. I basically did 2 weeks, whatever you want to call it, I just got out of bed. Not all my words are there yet. Quite a lot of my words are still in my bed, probably in my pillow, in a form of sweat. Whatever you call it, I just, temporary to see if they liked me or not, and they didn't. So that was over and done with. So that was working as a cook or an assistant cook. And then I worked in the co-op. Oh, I also worked, when I was in the chip shop, I worked cleaning a supermarket part-time. So I worked in the co-op full-time, which is a supermarket as well. And when I was there, I also worked part-time as a kitchen porter in a hotel. Yeah, wow, forgot about that one. And you know, that wasn't even for the money. I mean, I didn't work for nothing, but I was just bored. It's weird. So yes, I did those jobs, and then after the co-op, I did a couple of cleaning jobs part time. Then I worked in a factory making meters. All my job was packing meters and making boxes to put the meters in. That was pretty much what I did. And then I worked in a not shipping office, it was a haulage office. And it was a tank freight where they basically transported liquid, like chemicals, things like that. So I worked in there. I was actually thinking about that yesterday, because I've got two occasions where I've messed up, but then the people have complained about me messing up and it's worked out worse for them. One was in a pub where I was basically serving drinks to a table, and I was undercharging, not on purpose. I was doing the maths wrong, and I think I just remembered what it was, the amounts. I added it up once, and then every time they came back I just charged them the same amount. This is before we used to put, tills are much better now. You put the item, you click the item and stuff. Back then, didn't have that for tills. So you literally put it in each item by the amount. It was not perfect for me. Anyway, they complained. They got served by someone else because I was busy. Later in the evening, they got served by a different person, and they got charged the proper amount, and they started moaning, kicked up a fuss. And the manager came out, and they were saying, "Oh, yeah, but we paid £3 less all night for each round, and now you're charging us this." So as I said, the manager came out and said, "Well, this is the amount you should have been paying all night." See, if they'd have just shut up, paid the amount, then made sure they saw me next time. But no. The same thing happened in the tank freight place. This was a little bit more serious, because I was messing. Well, I mean, it's serious. I shouldn't be undercharging people, and also, it's not good for the company, is it? So I guess that was serious in that way. But I didn't mean to do it. They did accuse me of stealing. But, no, I'm just really, really bad at the job. That's pretty much what it was. With the tank freight, part of my job was to do the wages for the lorry drivers every week, and to do the tax and stuff. So I did that, And after about 4 weeks, yeah, I did it every 4 weeks and everything was fine. And then I think on the 5th week, I'm making this up, I don't know what week it was, they started coming one by one. You charged me too much tax. You charged me, and they really were going at me, yeah. And the manager got involved. The head office got involved. They called up the royal family. It was, it was a big old deal thing. And as it turned out, I had messed up. But I'd been messing up the whole time. And for the previous 4 weeks, they'd got way more than they should have got. So although I charged too much tax on the 5th week, I didn't charge hardly any, not nearly enough, the other weeks. So they were up by about £50 a week the previous weeks. The 5th week, they would charge an extra £20, or they lost £20 or something like that. So if they'd have kept quiet, there'd have been, because it was so obvious that I was going to get sacked, or that I was going to leave. I was so rubbish at the job. But no. So what happened is the head office got involved. They all got their money changed, but in the process they lost about £200 because they had to pay that money back that they got, because it was a wages, it was an error. So they, the same as they should report, it was up to them, because they needed to report an error in the wages. So it was there. They ended up paying more money. They had to pay it back. So they weren't happy. If they weren't happy to start with, but after that it was even less happy. And I think one of them actually was threatening to beat me up after work. I think my response was laughing at him. Yeah, well. So after that, I went back to the factory, boxing up meters, electric meters. And then I tried to do it in chronological order, but it's not going to be. I did. Okay, what else? I babysat, so I basically got kind of paid to look after a kid for a few months, but my payment for that was just somewhere to live. So I was sleeping on someone's living room floor on the cushions from the settee, and that was it really. So all I did was just take the kid to school every day and make sure I was there at night while the people went to work, the parents went to work. That was kind of a job. Another cleaning job. I've had one. How many cleaning jobs have I had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, Yeah, I've had 8 cleaning jobs. I've done kitchen porter in 1, 2, 3, no, 9 cleaning jobs. So kitchen porter in 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 or 5 kitchen portering jobs. And for those who don't know what that is, just washing up, basically. Washing dishes, washing pans for a restaurant. I've done lots of different cleaning jobs. I've cleaned nightclubs, I've cleaned supermarkets, I've cleaned what have I cleaned? Nightclubs, supermarkets, even housing estates. I've worked on I've worked on a street cleaning as well. So walking behind a dustbin lorry thing and just brushing, like sweeping the streets. I've done that as well. I've had jobs. I had one job where I was cleaning. What's those big tent things that people have at functions? Not torpy, something like that. Big tents, and people have, so they can have like a garden event, but also they can be inside if they want. Ideal in this country's weather, you never kind of not really know if it's going to rain or not. And some people get married in them. What are they called? But you know what I mean. Torpay, pay, poo, something like that. But they're sturdy, really, big old things. So I worked for something like that once. I've cleaned caravans. Yeah, blimey. Cleaned caravans. I've worked in a dry cleaners. That was hot. Worked at a bakery twice. Small one and a massive one. In the bakery, I worked in the canteen and in the actual bakery itself. So I had 2 different jobs there at 2 different times. So I got made redundant. And then I messed up a bit. I know I've told this story before, but and we were being made redundant. And someone came in, because we were so used to having temps. I didn't know this bloke. I just thought he was a temp, or it's a lady. It was someone anyway. And they were asking about the job, and I said, yeah. I was just showing them I was showing them where to hide if you want to have a skive, if you want to just, have a cigarette break, or if you want to just just hide really and not do any work. It turned out that person was the new boss, which didn't look good on me really. And I had to re-interview for the job, even though I was still there. That was a weird concept to me. And I genuinely didn't expect to keep my job, but I did, which was weird. Like, I literally was showing no respect, and even in the interview I was just laughing at them. In those days I was a little bit cavalier, maybe, a little bit don't care. I struggled to take it seriously because I was serving out beans and sausages to people every day, and I was about to get a pay cut for doing the same job, so that I'd been doing for 6 months or whatever. So I was about to get a pay cut. I first of all laid off, then rehired to do exactly the same job for less money, which I found to be a bit silly, if I'm honest. And I told them so. Perhaps you shouldn't say that in a job interview, I don't know. I'm no expert. You know, what I used to say in my teens, I had a little cocky verbal thing that I used to do right at the end of the interviews, because I've had probably hundreds of interviews over the years. When the person said, any more questions, and I'd say, yeah, when do I start? And at this point I'd stand up and I'd just like, I wouldn't do a dance, but I'd definitely move my feet a little bit and pretend to be confident. Sometimes they'd laugh, sometimes they'd give me the job. Sometimes they didn't laugh and they'd give me a job. Sometimes they'd laugh and sometimes they didn't laugh and I'd never see them again. You know, it's just really, I mean, occasionally it worked and they'd say, okay, come Monday. Sometimes they'd say, we'll let you know. Yeah, that's what happened with the... Yeah, I said that to the bloke who interviewed me for the lorry company thing, haulage. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah, when can I start? La la la. Yeah. I was really bad at that job. It took me a day trying to learn how to do the telex machine. It was hard. I just couldn't. The kind of boss he was that I had, he'd show me once and then leave me to figure it out. If you leave me to figure something out, okay, I will figure it out, but it might take me weeks. Now, I'll always figure something out eventually if I really put my mind to it. But it was a bit like, okay, and he did it so quickly, and then he'd go and sit down and have a cup of coffee, come back when it's done, he'd say to me. And I'd show it to him. No, it's not right, do it again. That's not right, do it again. I'd bring it back. That's not right, do it again. And, you know, oh, I had a weird dream last night. I dreamt again about this house that I used to I've never lived in, but it's only in my dreams. This time it was weird, okay? So there's this house, there's a mixture of this house and a flat. So I've got this memory, this little dream world where I'm living in multiple places. It might be because I've moved so many times, but none of these places are anywhere that I've actually lived. Or maybe they are a little bit. Yeah, maybe one's a flat that I lived in when I was a kid, when I was 15. I was sleeping on the floor in my step-grandmother's flat. Well, it was a little camper bed, but it's in the living room. That wasn't pleasant. It was a novelty for the first night. But, after having my own room, that was hard to wake up every day. I mean, literally, it was hard. It was like no teenager wants to wake up. Wake up and there's a lot of people walking around in their bedroom. I don't think anyone of any age would particularly enjoy that. But this dream, I'm looking out of the peephole, or maybe there's a glass in the window, in the door of the window, of the door, the front door rather. There's glass in the window of the window. Ugh. And I see people, they start knocking on the door and they come in and they were living there. And because I've not been there, I've left my stuff there, but I'm living in multiple different places. One's a council flat, but I've not even moved in there yet. I'm still living in another flat, which I did do once. I did actually live in a place, moved out, moved into my friend's council flat. It was back in 1989, and I still had time left on the room that I was renting, so I just didn't say nothing, and I ended up moving back. That was weird. Yeah, that was another running away from a situation. So yeah, other jobs. Yeah, I've had jobs in various different factory settings. As I said, packing meters, fixing, another one on a conveyor belt, putting screws into stuff. Like a conveyor belt. I mean, basically in a bakery, but that was like a factory, really. I worked in a pub. I've had one. I've done a few bar jobs over the years, and bar work is not for me. So, one in a pub, which was, I didn't enjoy that at all. I wasn't very good at it. I worked at Butlins for the Christmas season. behind the bar. That was the busiest bar I've ever never witnessed anything like that. Thousands of people. It was just, non-end, never ending. You know, they had quiet times, but when it was busy, it was just ridiculous. And I used to help out behind the bar at a comedy club, but I didn't do much bar work as such. When they were busy, I'd just pop over and help them, and I'd say, anyone want to pop any lager, pint of lager? And someone would say, yeah, and can I have a vodka and coke? And no, just lager, not doing anything else. So I thought that'd be handy. So everyone came over to one side of the bar. I'd sell them lagers. I knew how much they were. And just charge them for however many lagers they had, just to get the queue from the bar down. But people were like, what do you mean you're not serving any other alcohol? I said, no, I'm not. They are. I'm just serving lager for proper bar people, for people that, just normal people like me and him and her, just drinking lager. None of these fancy cocktails that take like half an hour to make. No, I'm not interested in that. A lager, sometimes I'd start putting a few pints together before the audience even came to a break to come over. So it was my idea, and I think it helped, actually, because once I started doing that, the other staff started getting prepared as well for the table service. So they started pouring out beers ready for when the tables were, to take them out and stuff. I know what I'm saying. I think that's the only 3 bar jobs I had. Yeah, dry cleaners, that was hot. The 2 hottest jobs was definitely the bakery, the big bakery. The small bakery was also hot, but I didn't care. The big bakery, that was super hot. And the dry cleaners that I worked at. Then I used to help this bloke who was self-employed to clean carpets, but that was like sporadic. I really liked him though. He was a great bloke. Just going through the different places that I've worked. Security guard, and I did lots of different places when I was a security guard. Canary Wharf, a nurse's home, as in like student nurses, printing firm, even a betting shop, which was really weird. That was the strangest place I ever went. Worked at a former asylum. This an old hospital that had been there for hundreds of years. But it was the grounds that basically, I never got to go inside the hospital because it was closed. But I did go around the grounds, big. It's in North London, massive area. Probably, I imagine it's a huge council estate now, probably. But back then, they were just securing the area, and that was my job, just patrolling there. I did it at night once. That was weird. Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't. Oh wow! I just remembered. Isn't it weird how I forget stuff and now I just remember it. Here's something I used to do. I used to work around the Middlesex hospitals, and sometimes they'd ask me. These would be more on my day offs or days off. Asked me to work in the actual hospital, but these were closed hospitals. Old hospitals, which were freaky places to be. Freaky during the day, but during the night time, nobody wanted to do a patrol. I patrol during the day, just walk around. You get to know the area. I mean, it takes ages, and you have to do a zing, like tap on different places to prove that you've done a patrol. At night, no one would go with me. So I just said to the office, I ain't going. I'm not doing it on my own. Sorry. Simple as that. Because it was pitch black. So there was zero electricity in the building. We had torches, but no, it didn't help us to see the sounds. And there was a lot of sounds. And the people there, we were basically just sitting in for people that hadn't turned up, or because it was overtime for me. And I told the head office, I said, look, this is a job for 2 people patrolling this hospital in the middle of the night in the pitch black. Like, I'll do it with one other person. I'm not doing it alone. And they said, you've got to do it alone. I said, well, I'm not. Sorry. But not sorry, you know, that was just, and I had to accept it. It was a weird place, very weird, very weird. I worked at a couple of hospitals like that. I worked in the accident and emergency ward, or the casualty department, I think at least once, doing the security, because they had a staff shortage. That was weird, because that could be a very volatile environment. But luckily on my shift nothing particularly happened. Although I did know the staff quite well, because they were in the same hospital that I was working in anyway. So I'd worked with them, and everyone was cool. I got on with most of the people. And some people liked working in the accident and emergency ward because they liked the drama, they enjoyed it. I just wanted to go for a sleep. You know, that was the perks of doing a night shift. If there's no one around, you can have a little sleep. I'm trying to think what other jobs have I had. Security. I've had a lot of sales jobs. Most of them didn't work out very well, and they were pretty much commission based only. and not one of those resulted in me getting paid. And I did quite a few over the years, really quite a few. In the 90s, not in my 90s, but in the 90s, I did a lot of those kinds of jobs, hoping that it would lead to some kind of financial security. And then I was a DJ as well. Worked in offices, doing administration, answering the phones, taking orders, things like that. I've canvassed for double glazing, also for life insurance. So this is knocking on people's doors. Also for satellite dishes as well. I've been, what did I do? I've been I suppose I'm just trying to think of some of the other jobs I had in the 90s. There must be some that I'm just forgotten about. I did security for the new opera house that was being built. Yeah, that was okay, kind of. I did work with some builders on a train station, taking down lighting, drilling out the lighting. So that was something I did. That was overnight. Call centres. I fell asleep then, sorry. So I had my proper sales job, my first proper sales job. No, my second actually, because I sold till rolls for a while. But yeah, so this is the second sales job that I actually got paid for. And it was calling people up, cold calling people, trying to talk them into taking on a phone contract. So I did that for a few months. Then I started working in insurance, selling car insurance. That didn't work out. I was there for 2.5 years, but then it went a bit, a bit, And then I worked in retail again, in a gift shop. I did that twice, 2 different towns. Worked in 3 different insurance companies. This is during the 2000s. Well, 2 during the 2000s, and then 1 2002. 12. Then I went to university for 3 years. During that time, I had a job in a gift shop part-time. I also worked as a care worker in a mental health care unit, and it was a locked unit. So I worked there the weekends for a little while. Yeah, so I guess the next thing is I worked at a children's charity on the reception, part-time, and I was also self-employed as a counsellor for a few years. Yeah, and then after that I went back to, I did get a job in a call centre, which was basically a breakdown service, car breakdown service. So I went there, got that job, and left shortly afterwards. Then what did I do then? Oh, I went back to insurance. No, I went back to, car insurance again. Did that. Yeah. That was it. That's all the jobs I can remember off the top of my head. There's been lots of jobs in between, but that's kind of the main, ballpark, as it were. So that's the jobs that I've had. Yeah. Quite a few different sales jobs over the years. Just trying to think of any other weird jobs I might have had that I've forgotten about. Let me think. It's very overcast outside today. Well, overcast, I don't know. The temperature's definitely different. It's dropped like a lot compared to what it was. I can feel it in my toes. I think that's everything that I can think of about the jobs. So I won't talk about the Uncle Sausages in hospital in this recording, but I will do another one, a different recording where I talk just about that. Michelle asks me, can you explain what council housing is? Okay, Michelle, I'm not sure where you're from. was going to say I was going to give you a comparison, but I'm not sure. Okay, right. It is social housing. Yeah, so council housing is social housing. It's basically properties that have been built by the government or by the local, because every area has its local council. So there's the government, and then there's the So I'm in Essex. So, for example, the council in Essex, probably about 1980, between 78 and 80, built this building that I'm living in. And solely for the purpose of renting the properties out to members of the public as social housing. And see, I've lived in, so I know I've mentioned council housing before. I have lived in lots of different council places. I mean, I was born in a council house. Well, not literally born. I was born in a hospital, although my older brother was born at home. But I was born, I lived in a council house when I was first born. My nan and granddad, my dad grew up in a council house when he was a child. So my nan and granddad lived in a council house from, I don't know, for a long time. And then I lived in a council house, and I think they were first. I'm going to make this up, so I thought maybe I should look into some facts about history of UK council housing. So, okay, apparently the official term for it in this country is public housing. I didn't realise that. Also known as council housing or social housing. Provided the majority of rented accommodation until 2011. And then private rentals overtook. So there's more private rentals than there is social housing or council houses. I wonder when it started. I'm just having a quick look. Social housing in the UK, well, I'm going to say in England, so I don't know how far it was. I imagine also Scotland and Wales, and but I'm not 100% sure. It says here on a website called england.shelter.org.uk. Social housing in this country dates back to the late 19th century, but the 1919 Housing and Planning Act saw the government embark on the first comprehensive plan to build social housing. Led by councils, this plan was the foundation of a large-scale building programme that stretched through the latter half of the 20th century. Now, I know a little bit about this. Post-war, government, after the Second World War, faced the persistent problem of privately rented slums, which became a problem in my 20s, to be fair. The amount of rubbish places I ended up living in. And also the destruction of properties during the war, and the need to rent housing to soldiers that were returning. So they set out this big old thing where they built loads of houses to provide millions of ordinary people with stability of long-term tenancies at affordable prices. Now, I think it was the 50s or the 60s, maybe the 50s, which is post-war, isn't it, really? Tower blocks was a solution. So these, I don't know how high, but some of them are like 20 floors, 12 floors, 20 floors, some smaller, but these big tower blocks which had, they were kind of, quite often they were just on their own. They'd be in an area of land where there were other tower blocks. Sometimes you get tower blocks that were connected together. You know, big old things. And when I lived in Newcastle, I lived in a tower block. I also lived in a tower block in London in 1989. And the one thing, I mean, when I lived in the one in Newcastle, I didn't really know any difference, anything, you know, because before that, even though I lived in a council house in London, I don't remember it. I was a baby. And I lived in another council house which had foster parents for a year and a half or whatever. I don't remember that either, because I was a baby. And then at the age of 2-ish, my mum came back and got us from London, took us to Newcastle, although my oldest brother said that we spent some time in Scotland, because he was a lot older than me, so I don't remember that either. But I remember Newcastle. So I only remember 2 different accommodations at that period of time, as in like living with her. One, I was in this house which was, as far as I could see, these, is it terraced houses, you know, where they're basically just one after another, all stuck together. And literally, it seemed like you could look for miles, and just one massive long road, and the opposite of the road is exactly the same. Every house looked the same. And then at some point there'd be a shop, and then they'd carry on again. And I remember that road. I've seen images and I've seen stuff on TV of places that remind me of that. Now, whether it was in Newcastle or whether it was somewhere else, I don't know. But as far as social housing, that probably was also social housing, council property. And I lived in a council flat. Now, you couldn't own a council flat back then, so those tower blocks were all council in this country. And I know I'm sure there was probably tower blocks in London which were private, but you know, I'm just, for people with money, But generally, the tower blocks for the social housing, it was just for social housing. These kind of identical, very, very similar towers, big old things they was. There was one in Stratford, not the one I lived in, but it's really weird. It was just on its own. Really stood out. I had a friend that lived there, and it was just, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know, 12, probably about 12 stories. And it was just on its own. There was shops around it, and there were some houses behind it, but just this tower block. I don't know, maybe there were others in the 50s, and they knocked it down and they put other, built houses. But yeah, so that's what they did. They built all these huge towers. I say huge, not as big as, the Eiffel Tower or some of the huge ones you get in anywhere now. I mean, we've got some huge ones in America, in the UK, in London. I imagine there's huge buildings pretty much in every city of the world. So I didn't live in any of those, but they still were high, especially for me, because I was very little, still am. So yeah, that's kind of what social housing was. It was the norm, the kind of the normal situation by the 70s was you'd be brought up in a council house, you'd live in a council house with your parents, your family, you'd leave, and then eventually you get your own council. Maybe you get your own council flat or your own council house for your own family. Or if you live on your own, get a council flat in a block, depending on how many people are in your family. So that just seemed to be the norm. I didn't take advantage of that when I was 15, because, well, not advantage, but I was pretty much homeless when I was 15. I was sleeping, it was my step-nan's floor. I was sleeping on the floor in the living room on a camper bed. I mean, sofa surfing basically is classed as homeless. So, at that age, I wouldn't have been given my own flat at 15, but maybe at 16 I might have done. They might have given me a council place, especially as I lived in a little town. If I'd have been on the council list, I probably wouldn't have had to wait long. But I guess I just wanted to do my own thing, be independent, although that would have been being independent. I don't know, I was a kid. What did I know? What did I know? And I'm not sure when I became an adult, probably a couple of years ago. I think when I was in my 30s, when I started getting ill with anxiety and didn't know what was going on, I think I started to grow up a little bit, because I had to deal with something that I didn't know what to do, how to deal with it. Yeah, I think right now I'm probably at my most adult, my most grown up in some ways. Going back and forward, supporting someone who's very poorly. It almost feels like I'm growing up almost, slightly. So yeah, so I was born into a council house. I lived in another council house where I was fostered. Another council house with my mum, the first one. A block of council block. Then I was in two children's homes. Then I lived in another council house, which was my stepmum's mum's house before she moved into her flat. So I lived there for a little while. Then my dad got a council house, which we all lived in. Me, his wife, and the three kids. So that's 6. Then he bought a house, so that was the end of that council house. So the 7th place I lived, not the 7th place because I moved around a lot when I was a kid, but I don't remember it. I don't remember where it was. But that was the first private place that I lived. My dad bought a big house because we had my new little brother was born in 1980. The day before my birthday. The day before my 8th birthday he was born. I'm responsible for him being born, which sounds really bad, doesn't it, when you say it like that? But here's what happened, right? I broke her waters, his mum's waters, because I fell over. It's really weird, like this council house. I loved this council house that we lived in. My nan and granddad moved in there as well afterwards when we moved out. I loved the council house because it was the first, the first safe space that I'd ever lived, that I could remember. I mean, because I was 7, so it was the first. Living in my step-grandmother's house for a few months, that was also safe, but this was different because it was like a family, and I'd never lived as a family before. My 3 brothers, a father and a mother. I had, but the last time that happened, I was 3 months old. Baby. So it was kind of, it was new and it was fresh and it was lovely. I absolutely was happy for the first year. It was great. And I don't know what I'm talking about now. I'm getting all emotional. I'm going to start crying. No, I'm not. So I lived there. So I'd had 6 council places, moved there. Then I lived in a council in 1986, about April, May time. I moved into my stepmum's mum's flat with my stepmum. That was a council flat. And then from then on, I was just in private accommodation, renting privately, all the way through 87, 88. I temporarily stayed in a council flat in 89, a council house in 89. And then I stayed in another council flat in the beginning of 1990, with a friend that I was working with. But unfortunately, he passed away within 2 weeks of me being there, 3 weeks or something. It's very strange. And I moved back to the room that I was in before. And then a lovely bloke called Jim. He's a really nice bloke. Got on really well with him. And then from there, I lived in, I'm just sort of thinking going forward, no. I lived in another council house in 94. I was renting a room. So that's 10. And then I got another, then 95, another council house. I was renting a room. And then 96, another council house, renting. It was basically renting a flat. It was a sublet. I didn't realise it was council. But anyway, let's move on from that. So it's a room. So that's 7. That was 96. And then nothing for 4 years. Yeah, no more council from 90, well, it was 96 to 97, so no more council places until I moved in here in 2015. So 20 years of private renting, just private. I did a lot of private renting before that, with intermittent council places. Yeah, from 97 to 2015. Yeah, I didn't live in any other council places. I'm trying to think. No, I didn't. And I moved here, and I've been here ever since. So my calculations, I've lived in 18 different council properties, or social housing properties, in my life. Now, I don't know, it might be more, but that's what I've calculated based on what I know. So I think the idea is council housing is just to give everyone an opportunity to have somewhere to live, because some of the places, especially, well, the early years, early 1900s or early 20th century, and even after the Second World War, between the First World War and Second World War, there was a lot of really horrible places, slums, as it said on that website, and it seems that council housing has got more of a reputation these days of just being for people that are unemployed. But that's not the case. It never was the case. It's down to priority. And also there's a huge waiting list. So if I was in London, I'd still be waiting for a property, even after 10 years, or 12, 13 years, whatever, because I was on the council waiting list before. I would have been, I wouldn't have a property yet, probably. Now, part of the reason I got this property is when I got diagnosed with bipolar the second time, I was pretty ill, to be honest. It was, yeah, full on, couldn't work, and had a proper, you could say a proper meltdown or whatever. So my social worker, I had a social worker, and she came with someone else around to where I was living. That's when I was living in a basement in this. See, I quite liked the room in some ways. Apart from the school opposite, it was fairly quiet. So at weekends, at night, pretty quiet. And I disliked my previous room, because I lived somewhere else before that for a year. I disliked that so much that it was actually a relief to get out of there, because I'd had some problems with the people who lived there, and also the property wasn't up. It was way too expensive. I couldn't afford it, you know. So this was kind of a relief. But then there was the problem of mould, which the landlord didn't sort out. So, and also it's a tiny room. And when my social worker came in there, she couldn't believe it. She sat down. It was like the room was smelly because of the mould, but also it was so dark because there was no light coming in, and it was so small. They struggled to kind of sit anywhere. And she said, "This isn't fit for living." I mean, it did tick all the legal requirements. It was exactly within the measurement of the law, you know, being wide enough and stuff. So there was no laws being broken, although the landlord should have sorted the mould out. But that would probably be a civil case if it went to court. But even so, it was too small. It wasn't fit for human consumption where I lived. Because of that, you know, she came and she helped me to sort out. I mean, she helped me basically to sort out psychiatrists and therapy and benefits. She was great. She really helped me with a lot of stuff because I couldn't really function very well. So she helped me do it, or put me in touch with someone else that helped me do it. And then about a year later, it took about 10 months for my benefits to come through properly. So I was on minimum like £60 a week for nearly a year, and then the benefits came through and I got my full benefits. So during that time I just had to, was the analogy, treading water, I don't know, just plod along and kind of just wait, I suppose. And I remember I was shopping I had to give £25 a week to my landlord to make up the rent because they weren't paying the full rent. Because it was 65 a week and they were only paying 40. So I had to pay them 25, so that left me with not a lot. So I was going to Aldi, which is a really cheap shop here, and I was buying canned potatoes. Everything was cheap. And I got through, but I just had so little to get by, but I managed. I might have lost some weight, I'm not sure, because I was doing a bit of exercise as well, because I had my punch bag in the kitchen area. So I had this little kitchenette. So there was a sink, and the cooker was basically a camping stove with, I think it might have had 2 rings. I think it was 1 ring on top, and a little oven that you could fit a frozen meal inside. And there was a kettle, and there was a toaster, and there was a unit, and that was it really. So I quite liked having that, because then I didn't have to share a kitchen with anyone, but the toilet was shared, or the bathroom rather. And because it was a kitchenette, because it had a little kitchen, my landlord called it a flatlet. But for housing benefit, they didn't. So he wanted 65. They said they're only going to pay the amount for a room. All it is a room with a little area where there's a few kitchen bits. It's a room with a sink, basically. So I didn't get the full money. He used to chase me around. He did. I used to have to hide. Sometimes I used to have to dress up, didn't disguise. Because always like, where's the money? Where's my money? He got to the point where I'd feel guilty. So if he caught me, because he would hang around waiting to see me come in, and I'd have carrier bags. He said, what are you doing? Why, if you haven't got my rent, how come you're going out buying stuff? I said, it's food. It's food, sir. I need you to eat. I'm sorry, sir. So that was a weird one. And then I was waiting on a council list, and they said, I basically probably had about a 10-year wait to get on a council. So I sent in information from my doctor, from my psychiatrist, medication stuff about the bipolar and personality disorder. Actually, I didn't know about the personality disorder at the time. They didn't tell me. When I was diagnosed, they didn't tell me about that. They just said bipolar. Because I'd already been diagnosed with bipolar before, 2 years earlier, and been put on medication and decided not to take it, which possibly wasn't a very good idea. So I just ignored it. And then I got unwell again, went through the whole process again and got diagnosed a second time. But they also diagnosed me with a personality disorder, which I didn't realise until I started having psychotherapy. I think the thing is, the first time I was diagnosed with bipolar, it was one psychiatric session. And the second time I was diagnosed, I saw psychiatrists. I saw a few different psychiatrists, probably 5, 6 times, maybe 7 times. I don't know why they had so many people look at me and interview me, I think they called it. But yeah, so I've got all the notes actually. So I asked, because a couple of them were a little bit rude. One woman, psychiatrist, who was very, very judgy, very judgy. So I went to my doctor's surgery and I said, I'd like to get access to all my doctor's notes, because that would include the psychiatrist's notes that they made. And they gave it to me, and she had been rude, but not in a way that I could do anything. So she wrote down, I'm not going to talk about what she wrote down, but she wrote down some personal stuff that I told her. But when I told her that personal stuff, she made some faces of like that, and that, like, very judgy, judgy. So I sent that information, not that information, but I sent doctor stuff to the council, to the housing department, to see if if that would help me get up the list a little bit, instead of waiting for 10 years, because I didn't, at the time, that seemed an impossibility. And they still put me down as, I think, a D. So basically, if the category they had me before was someone that didn't need anywhere to live. Like, it's almost like I lived in a perfect place, I had a full-time job, and everything was going well. That's the category I had of housing before, even though that wasn't the case. Then they bumped me up a little bit because of the doctor's notes and stuff like that. But still, I think they categorised me as E, category E, or maybe category B, A, B, C, D, which was not, it's like quite low down. So I'll probably still be waiting, sort of 5-6 years, maybe longer. And then I contacted my social worker, and I said to her, well, I asked her, I explained to her the situation, because she'd been in my property, and she was surprised that I wasn't getting any kind of help, because she'd helped me with all the psychiatric stuff, she'd helped me with the benefits side of things, but she was surprised that I was not being helped by the housing based on where I was living. So because she hadn't lived with me, that would be weird, because she'd visited my property and she knew how grotty it was, and I had no way of moving out of there at the time. I mean, I was kind of stuck, really. And she wrote a letter to the housing department, and I'm going to use the word ping. I was right near the top. I wasn't at the top, but I was near the top. So this is, I can't give you an exact timeline. I know I moved out, it was April 2015. The exact timeline of when I moved out, or when I asked my social worker if she'd write me a letter, probably 6 months earlier, possibly. Maybe it was shorter, maybe it was 3 months. And then I was able to start bidding, and I could see that there was 30 people above me, and there was 20 people above me, like in the list. So you bid on something, if there's 20 people above you, basically nothing's going to happen there. Then I started bidding, and there was 5 people above me. I was like, oh wow. But it never sort of, didn't. Sometimes they'd say there's like 300 people have bidded for this property. There's no point in bidding for a property that's been bidded on by 300 people, unless I'm above them. So that's the thing. If you're higher up on the list of priorities, I guess, then even if 1,000 people have bidded, if you're higher up, then you might get first dibs. So what happened next is I did live in another council house. I just remembered. I lived in another council house in 1988. I rented a room in a council house. Isn't that weird? I just remembered. So what's that? 19 different council places. Anyway. Eventually, not a long time after the social worker did that, I got offered a viewing. And this was the first property I looked at. Didn't look at any others. Didn't get offered to look at any others. This was the first one. Although I did get offered to look at one near where my dad lives, but then they never got back to me until I'd lived here for about 2 months or a month. Hello, Mr. Newland. Are you still interested in that flat near where your dad lives? I said, how do you know that it's near where my dad lives? But I said, I can't now, I've just moved into this place. And I did want that. I did want to look at it. Because maybe they would have let me. It's possible. If I'd have just said, look, that's the flat I wanted. I want to be near my dad or whatever, but oh well. It's strange. But I was already living here and I'd already signed the contract and I'd been here for a month. So I just said, no, don't worry about it. I kind of didn't really want to live in that other place either, because that town I've not really liked. I don't like it really. And this was new, and but it is a long way away from anywhere. And it's one of those things I would have missed out on a lot of experiences if I'd not moved here. But then I would have had experiences there, wouldn't I? Wherever I went. But there's certain things that I would never have wanted to miss. One of those would have been Andre. And I guess the other one would be Vinny now, wouldn't it? So those are the two things, the two probably most important aspects. And there's my friend downstairs. But so much of that was hard. It was such a hard time at times, but we were really, really close. And now what's going on with Uncle Sausages? Yeah, it's there's no way of knowing what would have happened if I'd have moved to a different flat, I suppose. I hope I have explained what council housing is with this explanation. I hope. I think I have. Yes, I mean it's we're very lucky to have social housing. It's just there isn't enough now. And what happened in the 80s, the government started to sell off council properties to people living in them, giving them the right to buy, which was great for the people living in them because they got a chance to get onto the property ladder, and also they got to buy the property for a lot less. They got to buy it for a lot less than the property was valued at. So if I bought this property, I'd get probably maybe 40-50% off the price if I bought it, if I purchased it. Or at least 40% off. Which is a big amount, isn't it? Because you think, I wouldn't be allowed to do anything with it or sell it for, I think, 5 years. But then in 5 years' time, it's going to be worth more than now. So yeah, it's a win-win situation if for someone doing that. So I understand why people would want to do it. But the results of it was the government didn't. They said they were going to, apparently, without getting political. I was a little kid, so I can't remember, but they were going to replace the housing with new social housing. So now there's a social housing shortage because of how many people purchased, but they were just doing what they were allowed to do, and they took advantage of a situation which can't blame them for that, you know. I mean, even my aunt bought my nan and granddad's house just before my granddad departed, and so my nan lived there. She didn't have to pay any rent, didn't have to. I think she might have paid the bills, and that was it. From 1991 or 1990 or whatever, until she stopped living there. And then my auntie sold it and made a big profit. It would have been a big profit because it wouldn't have cost much to buy it. So yeah, it was, again, that seemed a shame because it was a council house. That was a nice little council estate that I lived in when I lived in that house. And then my nan and granddad moved in to the same house when we moved into a big house that my dad bought. Yeah. That was probably my favourite house ever. That house there. No, there's two actually. That house where I lived as a family, kind of for the first time when I was 7, and then the house, and my nan and granddad lived there afterwards. So I kind of was going into that house for decades. The other house that I really loved was my uncle's house in Kent, and he lived near the beach. Had this big house. It was just beautiful, beautiful house. Massive garden in the back, beautiful garden. But it was, I don't know, just had it. For me, it wasn't that it was a big house, it was the atmosphere. It had a nice atmosphere, a nice, pleasant, gentle atmosphere, which was the kind of person that my uncle was. I say was, I haven't seen him for a long time, but he's still around. But he was gentle, he was kind, generous. It was just a really nice person, and I liked that. And yeah, so I really liked that house. I liked the atmosphere. Yeah, that's my two favourite houses so far, I would say. I wonder if there's any other houses I liked. That's a subject for another day, I suppose. Yeah, so that's the answer to your question, Michelle. Can I explain what council housing is? So I hope I have explained it. So it's basically social housing public housing. Although a public house is a pub, isn't it? So yeah, which is weird, but that's what a pub is short for public house. A house where public can go to and have a pint, I suppose. Maybe they didn't used to have alcohol there to start with, because I think sometimes it would be more like a hotel or motel or something, so people travelling could come. It'd be a place for the public to go, maybe get together and discuss things. I don't know. I wasn't there. Don't ask me any more questions. So that's the answer to that question, Michelle. I hope I hope the answer is everything you ever hoped it would be. I'm guessing everyone listening to this has social housing where they live, but I might be wrong. I know that in America they have, what do they call it? Price, sort of like a fixed pricing. Or they used to, where you could get rent which was legally stuck at a certain price, I think. I'm wondering, is the projects, was that social housing? I think it was, wasn't it? So it's kind of like the projects, I suppose, in some parts of America. Some of the council estates, so the council estate would be where the council blocks were, or where the council houses were. So I live on a council estate now, and yeah, so I've lived on a few of those over the years. 19 different council properties I've lived in. I couldn't believe it. I've never really looked into it and added it up. I have added it up before, but it never came to 19. But I just remembered a few more than I had before. And it might be more than that, but 19 that I have, that I can say was pretty much definite. Council. 19. 19. Wow. Blimey. The next question is from Cara. What was the absolute happiest moment of your life so far? Right now. Right this second. Never been happier. I don't know, to be honest with you. I've got no idea. Happiest moment so far. There's a few happy moments. There's some that I can't really say. You know, first this and first that was quite nice. You know, first experience of certain things. That was quite a nice moment. Those were nice moments. So, but as far as emotionally, okay, there isn't one, I don't think, but there's a few, so I'll try and think of some. The first one that comes to mind was, I have talked about this in the past, but it's been a little while. It's when I had Andre. For the first couple of weeks, he absolutely, he didn't like me. That's an understatement. And I was constantly picking him up, and he was constantly biting me. There was a real issue, you know, he really didn't like me. But I kept picking him up. because I kind of felt that the only way for him to get used to me holding him is to keep holding him. And ferrets can be really vicious, actually, if they don't have human contact. They can be a little bit, yeah. I actually met this bloke once in town when I had Andre with me, and he told me that he used to have a ferret, and he would take it, he would never touch it because it was so wild, it would rip into his hands. So what he did is he carried it around and he walked into pubs and he would bet anyone £5. He'd say, if you can hold my ferret for a minute, I'll give you £5. Or if you can't, you give me £5. And he said the whole time he did that, no one could give him £5. No one could win the £5, because as soon as they picked him up, his ferret would bite and scratch them. So I'm not sure if you earn a living doing that, but he travelled the world maybe. So here's the thing, Andre, it got to the point where Andre would play and he was very playful right from the beginning, running around, exploring and making this his home. But at the same time, when I held him, I had to literally put my finger and my thumb together around his neck, that's how little he was, to stop him from biting me. I mean, he could still move around, but he was tiny, and it was okay when I wasn't holding him. He didn't try and bite me then. He would try and bite my feet, but then he never stopped that. He loved biting my feet. He was obsessed with feet. There's a name for that, isn't there? Perverts. He was a pervert. So one day, it was a Saturday evening. This is when I was still drinking lager at the weekend, which I haven't done for many, many years. So I was sitting down in my black squeaky chair that wasn't squeaking yet, the other side of the room, with my little TV on the wall. I think it was on the wall, but it was a small TV. But my eyesight was able to see the TV. In the end, I had to get a bigger TV. Well, I suppose I could have got glasses. Anyway, so I'm sitting there. I've got a beer can holder on the armrest. So I got that there. I think that's on my right hand. I've got my blue dressing gown on. I've got my feet up on because it was a recliner. It was like a lazy boy, but like a really, really cheap version. I think it was about £150. But it did the trick. It lasted a few years. It did wear out. So I'm just watching the boxing. Very likely it was an Anthony Joshua fight. Or, the Bill. I'll probably watching the undercard at this point. Andre climbed up my leg, climbed onto my waist, and so I've got the dressing gown on. I'm thinking I've got to watch where he's going, because there's certain parts I didn't want him to bite. And he climbed onto the armrest and walked up my sleeve, my dressing gown sleeve, but he walked up the bottom. So I had my hand, I don't know for something he walked, he crawled through the bottom of the sleeve. So he basically just went to sleep in the dressing gown sleeve on my left arm. Bearing in mind, he didn't like me up to this point. And it was probably 2 weeks, I'd say, just before this happened. I used to have videos of him biting me. He bit me on the face once. I mean, he just really, because his teeth were sharp, razor sharp, especially when he was a baby. They were like, oh, such a strong jaw. So he climbed up, and I thought, I was just waiting to feel the bite. To be honest, I thought he was going to bite me, because when ferrets bite, they do the same thing that crocodiles do, and possibly sharks do. They do the roll, you know, like the crocodile roll. So, because he's only got little feet, little legs, so they bite and then they turn round to rip off. You know, it's not good. But he didn't do that. He just went to sleep. And when I realised he was asleep, because I kind of had a little look down there, just about. I might have got my phone and just, you know, filmed so I could see where he was. I can't remember exactly. And it was so nice. I felt amazing. It's almost like I'd tamed the wild donkey. I don't know. That's not a good expression, is it? But you know, it's because he really, I can't express enough how much he was trying to take me out by biting me. He really wanted me gone. And then I think he gave up. And he just climbed up and made his peace. And from then on, we were close. Well, we were just super close. Never ever tried to bite me again, ever, after that. Apart from when we when we play fighted, he would bite me, but it was like playing. And it took a little while, because he would bite me playing, but I say, gentle. And as soon as I said gentle, he'd ease up. So he knew exactly what gentle, I don't know how he knew what gentle meant, but he just knew when I said gentle, and he just loosened his jaw a little bit, because he didn't want to hurt me anymore. He was just playing. Because we used to have these little fights, like hide and seek and stuff like that. One thing we used to like to do is on the bed with so I got a continental quilt. Are they called continental quilts anymore? I had a quilt on the bed, and he'd hide under the quilt, and I'd look for him. And then sometimes he'd jump out a different end, and then just grab my hand, and then he'd run off again, like squeal, screech, and then run off again underneath the bed covers. Or he'd jump off the bed and jump on me from a different angle. So we had a lot of fun playing like that. But he would bite me, but it'd be gentle, you know. He never meant to hurt me after that. It was accidental. He could be a little bit nippy, but it was just because he got overexcited. And but that particular occasion when he climbed up my dressing gown sleeve, it felt so nice, and I didn't want it to end. I didn't want that feeling to stop, because I felt so close to him for the first time, really. I mean, I fell in love with him the second I saw him, but he didn't feel the same way. He really didn't. He didn't want. I think he liked being up here because he had all this space, quite a lot of space for a little ferret, and he could do what he wanted. And you know, he just could run around, and he could make little nests wherever he wanted. sleep where he wanted to sleep. But he wasn't a big fan of being picked up. And then when he climbed up into, into the sleeve, my left sleeve of my blue dressing gown, I was sitting there. I had my can of lager, probably had it in my right armrest hole, where the can went. It was a can of Foster's, actually. I remember that. And I was watching the boxing, but I did need to go do wee-wee. Because I was drinking lager. I mean, I used to, after the first 2 cans, that would be it. I'd be in the toilet every 20 minutes, pretty much. But I didn't want to put him down. So what I did is, I needed to go to the toilet. I held my arms straight so that he stayed in. I think I probably held the bottom of the sleeve. And I went to the toilet while he was still in my sleeve of my dressing gown, because I didn't want to let him go. Because I thought, it felt like a bonding experience. And I thought, well, if I woke him up and he jumps off, he might have forgotten that he likes me. So I did that, and he was in my sleeve for at least 2 hours, maybe longer, fast asleep. And from that moment on, literally, his attitude towards me changed. And he'd climb onto my lap, and he'd cuddle me. He'd let me pick him up. He'd never try and bite me if I picked him up. He'd rub his face over my beard. He'd give me kisses. He'd let me stroke his tummy, and he'd fall asleep on my lap. He used to sleep in the bed with me sometimes. He'd sleep on the bed when I wasn't there. He loved that. You couldn't believe a little ferret could take up a whole double bed. It's ridiculous. He'd just stretch right out, and because his tail was quite long. That was one of my happy moments. So I don't have one particular happiest moment of my life so far. Another really happy moment would be when I had a date, my very first proper date, when I was 8 years old, maybe 7, 8, and I had my own room. It's the first time I'd ever had my own room. And this is in the council house that my nan and granddad moved into when we moved out. So there was this, it was kind of like a box room really, but it was big enough for me because I was only little. Had a single bed, plenty of room for toys and stuff like that. And we hadn't at this point got a lot of toys because we'd only been there for a year. So we hadn't accrued, years and years worth of toys and stuff. Just it just been a year, one Christmas and one birthday, I think. Maybe, one birthday. So, and I had this picture of Bruce Lee on the wall. I don't remember, I don't know who put it up there, but I'm glad they did. And there was this one occasion, as I said, it's a Saturday morning. I had a date where I was going to go, and in a way, the whole day was quite special, but the first bit of the day was particularly special because it's just a fond memory that I have. So I'm asleep. My dad wakes me up probably 8 o'clock because I had to go and get my breakfast, and I'm not sure, I think he might have been giving me a lift to pick my girlfriend from school up to take her to the cinema. But I remember he woke me up and I was so excited that I grabbed hold of him and just gave him the biggest hug I think I've ever given anyone ever. I was so full of happiness, and I don't know why really. It's just, I don't know, just is how I felt in that moment. I felt so much, oh, just happy. So I remember that. I've always remembered that. What other moments? Oh, there was that time when my girlfriend told me she wasn't pregnant. No, I'm joking. Trying to go. I'm just going to go through my life. When there's hasn't been anything lately, I tell you. Happiest. So I can't. There's not one happiest moment, but a happy moment. When my dad had an operation and survived the operation, that was a happy moment. So I was about 11. He had to have a growth from his neck removed, and it was a benign growth, but it was where it was a real problem. So it was a extremely difficult op, but he came through it and he was good. So that was a happy moment. Trying to think of a time when I felt. I mean, I think sometimes a sense of relief can be a sense of happiness. There's been times when I've been asleep and I've dreamt that I have to get up and go to the job that I had before. And I mean, not so much now, but back then, shortly after when I wasn't there anymore, I dreamt about having to go in there, and then I woke up and realised I didn't. A huge amount of happiness came over me in that moment. I'm trying to think. If I start, I can't. It's hard to work backwards. So if I go forwards, happy moments in my life. Nothing. I mean, there might have been stuff very early on, because I don't remember. So I don't really recall anything nice happening in the first year because I was too young. Second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, sixth. No, actually, when I was about 6, it wasn't the happiest moment, but it was a nice moment. Went to watch, because when I was in a children's home in Southend, we used to, because they've got a big pier there, and they've got they've got like a proper entertainment venue there, theatre. Went to see Jack and the Beanstalk. So that was really good. I enjoyed that. I really did. That's like a happy memory from my childhood of that period. There's another one. I was watching Planet of the Apes, again in the same children's home in Southend, and the care worker, because although it was run by nuns, they also had care workers come as well. And the care worker, I really liked her a lot. And we were watching Planet of the Apes. It was the one where the apes were on horses, so I'm not sure which one that was. And she was tickling me, not the horses or the apes, the lady, the care worker, and she was tickling me, and I don't think I've ever laughed as much since. I just couldn't stop laughing. It was so lovely. I mean, in a way, having physical contact was quite nice, because I didn't have like adults, parents, or whatever at the time, and the nuns weren't really particularly. There was no hand holding or cuddles or anything from a nun, so it was quite nice just to have someone that I really liked tickling me. I mean, I'm adding my own emotions to it now. I mean, I think at the time I probably just enjoyed being tickled, but I was probably 6 years old, and I just could not stop laughing. I remember the settee, the outlay of the house or the room I was in. I was on the carpet, and there was two of us. I don't know if it was me and it might be my brother, but he had his own friends, because both my older brothers were older than me, but they were like, one was 2 years older, one was 4 years older, so we didn't really hang out together. But at the same time, if you live in a place like that, everyone kind of becomes your family. All the other boys and all the other girls there, I don't know how many there was, maybe 50, 40, 30, I don't know. I've got no idea how many there was, maybe 100. But they all become your family. They're like brothers and sisters, really. And I was in a dormitory with boys, and again, there might have been different dormitories for different age boys. I really can't remember. But we were washing together, we were sleeping together, we were praying together, we were going to school together, playing together outside of school. So we were kind of all, and because we were the odd ones out at school, because we were the orphan, we were orphan Annies, weren't we? I suppose. So we kind of stuck together. So I'm saying so a lot, aren't I? That's a nice memory. That's one of the. Yeah, it's the only two nice memories I've got of probably up to the age of 7. Oh, there was another nice memory when my aunt, this was just before we moved in with my dad and his new wife, the weekend, because they started having us at weekends just to get to know us and that. And my dad didn't know me, hadn't seen me since I was a baby. So I didn't know who he was, he didn't know who I was. So it took a while for us to him to get to know me and stuff. And on this particular weekend, they weren't able to have us because I think my dad's second wife, she was unwell. So what happened is my auntie came and got us instead and took us to London. And we stayed with her and her boyfriend in London. And she basically took us out for the weekend to all the London sites. Tower of London, I suppose probably the museums, the Madame Tussauds. Trying to think what other things are in London. But, we went to quite a few things. That was a really good weekend. Like, a really good weekend. So I enjoyed that. I don't remember it, like, really clearly. But I remember, I think my auntie got some winkles. Are they winkles? They're like these little fishy things. And I was not eating them. Nope. So they were selling them on the. Oh, we went to Trafalgar Square as well. I remember that. But I wasn't having any of that seafood stuff. Ugh. Ugh, no. Other than that, I'm trying to think. Anything from my childhood before that time. I got some memories, but just nice memories. I can't think of anything. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a nice memory. It was a nice memory of going to the theatre, but a happy memory would be the one where I was being tickled. That was happy. That was a really, yeah. The thing is, I wasn't a happy kid. I don't mean this negatively, but I didn't really know what happiness was. I didn't really, I was just, I suppose I had moments when I was laughing around and joking and having fun, and other times when I wasn't. But everything was so unstable for the first 7 years that I don't think I really kind of settled, which would explain why I haven't settled as an adult, why I've moved around so much. Perhaps. Trying to think of something. There must be. What I'll do, I'll go forward in time, but I'll try and still kind of in the back of my mind skim through, looking, still searching for if there's any happy memories. So at the age of 7, leaving the children's home, like forever. That was a happy moment. Moving in with my new mum and my dad, and my new mum's grandmother. So I'd never really had a grandmother before in my memory. Obviously I had my nanny Newland, but I didn't know who she was until that same period. So, I was spending more time with my step grandmother because I was living with her. And then there was a time when my dad taught us to ride bikes because none of us had a bike before. Well, I hadn't had a bike before anyway. I couldn't ride. I think my oldest brother probably could ride a bike because he was 4 years older than me, and he probably had a bike before, but me and my other brother hadn't. So my dad was teaching us how to ride a bike, and that was unusual situation. The thing about it is, at the time, my dad was so gentle. It was like a gentle giant. So my dad's always been a big bloke. He's not like hugely tall, but he's very wide, very strong. And especially when I was little, when I was like 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, he was just like a big, huge bear. But he was also really gentle back then. He was so softly spoken and had a big beard, and he was just he is another happy memory, but it's not specific, but it's something that he used to do. He used to let me climb onto his neck, and I think the reason for that is because no one had ever done that before, and I'd seen other kids doing that with their dads, so I wanted to do it. And I was the only one that was small enough to do it with, because my other brother was 2 years older than me, so at the time he would have been about 18. So I was like 7, and I was probably still too old, but I was like a little monkey. Honestly, I was tiny. I was undersize. I was probably the size of a 5-year-old when I was 7. And so he had me on his neck, and the thing is, I didn't know, right? He'd broken his neck when he was younger, so me being on his neck was really painful for him because he still had issues with it. He has his whole life since. So he was in his 20s when he broke his neck. So, but he'd still put me on his neck and still allow me to, like, do all kids do, like pulling his hair and all that stuff, and holding on to his ears and going, "Come on, giddy up, giddy up." I'd seen other kids do it. Plus, there was a lot of westerns on TV at the time. And eventually, he had to say I couldn't do it anymore because it was hurting him, and I was getting too big, which I wasn't. I mean, I probably. I'm going to do the same joke again. But Dad, I'm only 28. But I remember that because I felt safe. He was the only person. See, he doesn't know this, and I wish if he'd have known this, I think it would have changed things. But being with him when I was 7 was the first time in my life that I felt safe. Now, I might have felt safe with the foster parents, but in my kind of conscious, because I was a baby then, so I don't remember. But it was the first time that I actually felt, to me, he was as strong as the Hulk. It's no way in the world, no one could do anything to me. He would protect me, and he was like Superman. And I think that's probably a lot of kids feel that way about their parents. And my mum was Wonder Woman. And she was the first female that I bonded with. So I was 7 before I bonded with a female, like mother figure, like a proper way. And although, again, when I was a baby, I think I probably had a very, very close bond to my foster mum, my foster father. But I was with them for about a year and a half. So I might have had some amazing times, but I just don't remember them. Because they wanted to adopt me and my other brother. The oldest brother was still living with my grandparents. But the foster parents wanted to adopt me and my other brother. So they must have loved us, mustn't they? Must have really adored us. So I probably had lots of, I'm sure I had birthday, Christmas with them, but just don't remember it. But I'd never had that feeling of safety before. I had the feeling of physical safety with my dad, and the feeling of emotional safety with my new mum. And I'd never had either of those before. As in my memory, that is. So from the age of like maybe 4, I don't know how many years it was when I don't know how, whatever, I don't know how far back you can remember when you're 6 or 7. Because you can remember further back, can't you, than you can when you're 57. As far as like how far back the memory goes, I'm guessing. And another nice memory I've got, again, like this, sitting on my dad's neck, not on his neck, well, it was on his neck, on his shoulders. Well, I wasn't just sitting on his neck, but I was on his shoulders, and I used to, on the way back from Southend, so it was a Friday night, they picked us up, and I think they did this for about 6 months. Maybe it might have been 3 months, but it seemed like quite a while, but I don't know how long for. But every weekend for a period of time, my dad and his new wife would pick, I keep saying new wife because they'd literally just got married about less than a year. So they'd pick us up from Southend kids' home, and we'd drive back, and it was often dark, so it wasn't, I imagine they were both working, so it was they probably couldn't leave till maybe 6. So they'd get to us about 7. We'd get home probably about 8, half 8. Or 9, depending on traffic, I suppose. So I don't remember it ever being light when we did it. But when we moved there, it was the summer. So it's probably the beginning of the year. And then we moved in the summer permanently. So what I used to do, I used to sit on my new mum's lap. And this is before seatbelts were a thing, really. You know, it was, I don't think they were like, it wasn't law that you had to wear a seatbelt. And you can't have a little kid on your lap in the front anymore. But back then, I remember my dad saying, well, aren't you a bit worried? Because what if something happens to him if I have to stop and something happens to him? And my stepmom said, well, we've got two more in the back, haven't we? So that's fine. She didn't say that. So I used to go to sleep, and I turned into a little baby. I didn't turn into a baby, but I turned into, I suppose I became a kid. Because if you live in a place where, if you say you haven't got parents living with you and you're living in some kind of different place, there's a degree of childishness that has to be suspended a little bit. And on those journeys, I regressed back to maybe a younger version that needed that. And I'd cuddle up, and I'd just be. I remember sometimes I'd look at my brothers through because you got the 2 front seats and there's the gap, and then there's back seats. I'd look through and just smile at them. It's like, look at me, I'm having a cuddle, you're not. But because I was very childish. Yeah, I remember that. That was so cool. And there was even a time, which is weird, because when I was a baby of the family for a year. Just a year. I got to be a baby for a year. I was like, wow. And it ended as soon as my little brother was born, when I was 8. But I took full advantage of that. And I'd be going and going into my parents' room, unable to sleep, so I'd end up sleeping in bed with them. And as an adult, I realised that they probably didn't want me there, to be fair. But I really took to them, both of them, really quickly. Like, really quickly. Maybe the fact that my dad was my dad, and maybe there was that unconscious connection, because he was my father. And I had met him before, but, I knew him for 6 months of my life, or first 3 to 6 months. But I really put all my trust in both of them. Almost instantly. Well, not instantly, but it took a few weeks probably. But, eventually I just gave myself in to the whole experience and was a baby for a year. Or I was the baby of the family. And yeah, they were just amazing. So that whole year, I would put that down as being the happiest time of my life. With that year, between 7 and 8, would be the happiest time of my life. Because for the first time, I had stability. I know it's only a year, but I wasn't moving around all the time, because there's times when I was just constantly on the move when I was little, really little. I was making friends at school for the first time, because I was at school for long enough, and I was just one of the other kids. I wasn't a weird kid from the orphanage, I was just, so that was nice. I had a little girlfriend when I was just before I turned 8. Pretty much me and my 2 brothers got on quite well as well. That changed, but especially when we moved into the bigger house. But for that year, I would say we all got on quite well. There was arguments, but it's just standard. The thing is, up to the age of 7, my oldest brother was like a father to me. Ridiculous when you think that he was 11 years old at that point. So for years, when I was 5, so he'd be 9. So when I was about 5, let's say 5, I'm just thinking as far as remembering, I don't have specific dates for these periods. So we were left in the flat. My biological mother would leave us at home. This would be in the tower block, I suppose. And she'd go out for, I don't know how long periods of time. And she would leave my little brother in charge of both me and my other brother. So my oldest brother was 9 years old. And then there was a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old. To leave a 9-year-old in charge of 2 little kids, when the 9-year-old is also a little kid. Honestly, I've got my friend's daughter, it's my neighbour's daughter around the corner, she's 9. And she looks about 5 to me. And to think that someone of her age, would be in charge, looking after 2 other kids, in charge of them being fed, in charge of making sure they're safe. It's absolutely ridiculous. But that's how it was. So he looked after us. So he was a lot older in his head than a 9-year-old. He was just more mature. So when I got to 7, suddenly he wasn't the boss anymore. We didn't have to do what he said, because for years we were doing what he told us. He was the king. Not that it wasn't horrible, but if he told us to do something, especially me, I'd just do it. And I looked up to him I suppose in a way he was kind of like a hero to me. I wanted to be like him. I was very different to my other brother, my second brother, or the one just above me, 2 years. We were such different people, but I kind of felt I was similar to my oldest brother a little bit. I'm not sure if I am, but I think that changed because he went from being our father, in a sense, to being a little kid, which is what he was. In reality, he was 11 years old at this point. He was just a kid. And he hadn't had a chance to be a kid. And none of us had, really. None of us had a childhood, not a proper childhood. So, up to that point, I mean. So it's a very strange thing. I don't think any of us really knew how to deal with it. I went in, I just chucked myself into it head first. I saw an opportunity to have a mum, and it was, for me, just the idea of having a dad. This has got nothing to do with the question. What am I talking about? Blimey. I don't know if I go on, don't I? So, to me, this was an opportunity to really to feel safe with my dad, because he was amazing at that point. It was like a little, not romantic because that's not the right word, fairy tale maybe, like a perfect scenario. Oh, there was a few issues because we was all rough, like we were rough. We come from rough stock, as it were, so we had to be tamed a little bit. But other than that, it was kind of a really nice year. And at the age of 7, a year is a long time, a heck of a long time. Now, at 93 years old, a year is, I mean, that's a poo now. That's just a poo. That's a toilet break. A year, wow, it's nothing. So that was a nice, I mean, that was the happiest moment. That was a year. It wasn't all happy, but, you know, that was kind of a, hello, Dolly, keeps looking up at me. What do you want, Vin? That was a nice, long, elongated period of time where I'm just remembering some things. So yeah, it wasn't perfect, but it was a heck of a lot better than what we'd had before. However, I had the tendency of saying the wrong thing. Apparently, I still do. There was one moment, and I don't know, I really, even today, I kind of struggle a little bit with why it upset her. But I think my stepmom, she had a tendency of being a little bit too honest with reasons for stuff. Like, I asked for something, and she said, "Oh, we can't afford it." And the thing is, I never had anything before, and because they were giving us things, it's like, I suppose I got into that mode of like, oh, perhaps what else can I have? Because, I mean, the only present I ever got from my actual biological mum that I remember was when I was in Newcastle Children's Home. It was my birthday, and I woke up and my mum had been, I didn't see her, but she'd popped in and she'd left me a birthday present, which was a box of Maltesers. Now, I like Maltesers. It's a bit of a crap present. I'm sorry. It's a bit of a crap birthday present. It really is. And that's the only birthday present I ever remember getting from her, or Christmas present. So really, my first proper Christmas in my memory would be 1977. So I was 7 before I had an actual Christmas celebration, like a proper one. I mean, they did have Christmases at the children's home, but wouldn't recommend it. If you get invited to one, probably say no. Oh, wow, no. And I'm sure I had a Christmas when I was fostered, but I don't remember that. I was a baby. And I have no recollection of Christmases or birthdays when I was in, like, living with the first mother and her husband. So yeah, I'm trying to think of some other nice memories. When I got my TV, when I got my first television, black and white television, I was 14, I think. Oh my goodness. I must have been 14 because I was 15 when we left, when I moved out of there. So I must have been, couldn't have been more than a year. So I was 14 and I had this black and white TV. and I was watching Cheers for the first time. I was watching MASH for the first time. TV programmes that I wasn't allowed to stay up to watch, I was now watching. So I could watch TV 2 in the morning if I wanted to. It was bliss. Absolutely phenomenal. I used to look forward to getting home just so I could watch TV. I didn't want to go downstairs anymore. You know, I could watch TV and be on my own. The two of my favourite things, that was being on my own and watching TV. It kind of still is, to be honest. Although I don't watch TV anymore. I do watch ATV, but, you know, I stream stuff now. I don't really watch what's on the actual television itself. Hardly ever. Yeah, so that was an amazing, period. That was so good. So that was a happy moment. I'm trying to think. Little happy moments. I'm trying to think of good news. When I've had good news, Vinny's being very... You want to look in my hand? You want a bit of attention? You want a bit of daddy attention, Vin? Huh? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think something... Oh. When did I ever get any good news when I was a kid? I think it was exciting when my little brother come home, when he was born. That was probably exciting, because I'd never seen a baby before. Happy? I'm not sure if I would say I was happy, because I suppose I probably didn't even like him, because he ended my childhood in a sense. That's how I felt. I think I was no longer the baby. So and I only had a year of it. I wouldn't. If I'd had 7 years of it, I probably would have thought, well, it's kind of time to retire anyway now. Give someone else an opportunity to be the baby of the family. But no, 1 year. 1 year to be a baby. But I always got on with him, so I did care about him. Some of the funniest moments of my childhood probably was my little brother. Some of the things that he did, some of the things he said, very funny when he was growing up. You know, for the first few years of his life, it was hilarious. So that was funny. Just trying to move forward. Or when I did my gradings at karate, so I got a first class pass in all my gradings. So they were always nice moments, happy moments. And Vinny's making some weird noises. He's just staring at me. But he's facing the other way, but he's staring at me. I think he wants me to tickle his tummy. Is that what you want, Vin? You want me to tickle your tummy? You want me to tickle your tummy? You want your tummy tickled? You want your tummy tickled? Hey? Hey? He wants to play. That's what he wants to do, don't you? You want a big play? You want a big play? So I'm just going forward. What? Leaving school. Anything nice happen at school? Happiest thing that happened at school? No. Probably those moments where I fell in love with someone. So I'd be looking forward to seeing them. That was, those moments were quite happy, but it was never fulfilled, as in it was, well, always one-way traffic generally. Always generally? Yeah, it was me falling in love with them and them telling me to go away. That's often how it worked. There was one bit. It was quite a happy moment. There was this girl that was. She didn't like. Well, she was basically for some reason she was outside the school that I went to do karate, which was a different school, and she just followed me in and started kicking my stuff around, my karate stuff, like the pads and stuff, around the floor outside the school because it was locked at the time. So I used to like to get there early, and I couldn't do anything to her because she was a girl, and she just took advantage of that situation. But I didn't understand why she was being so horrible. Well, she followed me in and she watched the karate, and she was nice to me ever since. So once she saw me in action, I'm not saying I was good, but she saw that I kind of was real. You know, I was really doing it. I wasn't just pretending to do it. And she became a friend. She became like really, really nice to me, which is weird. And I think I might have fallen in love with her. And she said, go away. I'm trying to think what other situations. Yeah, I did ask someone out. This might be the same person, but I asked her out. We were in drama together, and we were running around and playing and stuff. So I would have been about 14 at the time. And I asked her out, and she said, "Oh, I'll tell you next week." She said, "I'll tell you, this is a Friday night or Friday afternoon, double drama lesson." She said, "I'll tell you Monday." And then someone said, "But it's bank holiday Monday. It's it's a half term next week." And she said, "I'll tell you when we get back from half term." So that week was an exciting week because all I could think about was her and how we were going to fall in love and get married, and she might let me hold hands with her. That's it. And during that half term, I'm walking along the prom with my friend, and she walks up and she's holding hands with some bloke or some lad, and she says hello to me, and the bloke's saying, "Well, who are you looking at? Who are you talking to?" Like trying to act tough. And I just like, I don't know if I laughed at him, but I was just like, "Oh, okay." And the next Monday, first of all, when I saw her, she said, well, I already knew she had a boyfriend, so it was obviously there was a no, wasn't it? Because she was holding hand with this boy. He came up to me because he was new. He'd just been expelled from his last school for fighting. He came up to me and he said, "I've got to tell you I'm sorry for how I acted with you the other day. I was like, wow." And we ended up being friends. So that was strange. So I think she must have told him off. So that was a period when I was really looking forward to going back to school, and that is an unnatural act for me. That was, mind you, sometimes I would, on the first day of school, I would get excited because I would decide that I was going to really put some effort in. You know, I'd have a new pencil sharpener and pens and pads, and I'd really be positive about school, and I was going to put some effort in, and I was going to do well, and my parents would be proud of me. And And then I'd go to school, and by lunchtime I'd pretty much quit because I just didn't like it there. Nothing. It was just I wasn't interested in anything that they were saying to me. It's just boring. The environment was boring. In most of the classes, I mean, history's not boring, is it? Geography's not really boring either. But the way it was presented, it just used to send me to sleep. I'd always be at the back of the class, if I could be, so that I could just zone out. And then I would, if there was a clock, I'd stare at the clock or I'd stare out the window. As I got older, and as I realised I didn't care, and as the teachers realised I didn't care and I was uncontrollable, they left me alone. And I'd just take magazines. I'd be looking at kung fu magazines, bodybuilding magazines, or reading a book, and they'd just leave me to get on with it, because when I was doing that, I wasn't disturbing the class, wasn't being disruptive. So that was, sometimes I'd make an effort and say, well, you need to do your homework. Where's your homework? I'll bring it in tomorrow. I'll think, okay. And then they'd forget about it because they knew that I wasn't going to bring it in. And if occasionally they had to get a bit tough with me and say, well, we need your homework, you can't just not do it, I'd just write down some kind of rubbish on a piece of paper and hand that in. So I think the only time I put effort into school was once, and it was the English class, in the very first year, because I went in with a very good attitude. The very first year, and my form tutor was the English teacher, the main English teacher, and that was where I stayed when I went in the first thing in the morning, and then went in last thing during the day, to be registered in and out. And he was my English teacher as well. I've told this story before, but I don't know if it was the very first day or the second day, but he gave us homework. We were reading this Grendel, was it Grendel? Some kind of a book. It's a very old, I think it's a poem, but it's a very old book. We're reading it. I think we read the first chapter and we took turns reading it. And then he said, go home. And then he shouted, not yet, Jason, come back, I've not finished the sentence. And he said, when the bell goes, here's the homework for tomorrow. Just write what you think's going to happen next. We've read up to chapter 1 or chapter 2, whatever. Just write a story, what you think is going to happen next. So I came home, I spent probably 2-3 hours doing that. I really, really believed that it was good work. So I handed it in the next day, went in, I was looking forward to going into school that day, handed it in, and he handed them back with grades. And he called me over to the table. I'm not sure if he said it in front of everyone else, but he said, what was that? I said, what do you mean? He said, what was that nonsense you wrote down? I said, you said write down what I think is going to happen next. And apparently we weren't supposed to use our creative minds. We were supposed to stick to the topic, which I didn't do. I think I did, and then because it's about a monster, isn't it? I think Grendel, or I forget the name of it. It's about a monster and like a King Arthur type person who slays the monster. But then I started talking about vampires and UFOs and curly whirlies, and I just kind of, I guess I moved a little bit away from the actual story and told a different story. However, in my defence, I didn't know how the story was going to end, because I'd only read like one chapter or maybe 2 chapters. So it could have gone in the direction that I had. They might not have invented a plane. I don't know. It could be anything. Perhaps the monster didn't turn into chocolate and melt, and everyone just ate him because it was tasty. I don't know. So apparently I got marked down really low, and he said it wasn't a complimentary. What he said to me wasn't complimentary at all. And after that, I thought, you know what? That's what. I just like, no, done. And that was the end of my academic career at school. Nipped in the bud, probably 2 days in of the first year of high school, because I put everything into that story. It was creative. I don't know if it was funny or not, but it had silly things in it, and he just completely dismantled it and told me it was ridiculous. And from then on, I was done. I didn't bother with school at all. I just turned up, just went through the motions. It's quite windy. You know what's weird, right? I heard someone climbing onto the roof, but I didn't hear them get down off the roof, which I think is quite strange. Don't you think? Seriously, he climbed onto the roof, because they've got scaffolding up, and they're supposed to be putting some kind of netting over the solar panels to stop birds from getting on them. So I see him climb up, but I didn't hear him climb down. I know I'm just repeating myself, but I wonder if he's still up there. Because I saw him climb up. I didn't hear him climb down. And it was quite noisy when he did climb up. It's not something that I don't think he could... I don't think it's something he could do easily without causing some sound. Let me just see. What other good memories, happy memories? I would say the last day of school, but it wasn't. I didn't enjoy it. It was a weird one. Birthdays? Any happy birthdays? I mean, yeah, I'll tell you, Christmas. I've got happy memories of Christmas, but they kind of mingle into different memories, if you know what I mean. It's not... I don't necessarily have... Okay, there's memories that I know were happy-ish. I've never been a particularly happy person, so it's just... I don't... See, I've done things... I did... I think it's an enthusiasm thing. Yeah, when I got my bike... It wasn't my first bike, but when I got my racer, I was probably about 13. And I dreamt about this bike. I felt like it was gonna absolutely it's weird, but I felt like it was gonna transform my entire life. because up to this point I was walking around doing my paper round. I was, and it was a long slog. But I thought if I got a bike, I could do it so much quicker. And I did. Can you hear that? The gates. It didn't even seem particularly windy today. Earlier. But now it does a little bit. Because the garden gate keeps banging. Banging, yes. The thing is, every single Christmas morning, from the age of 7 to the age of 14, was pretty much brilliant. So what's that, 8 years? So I had 8 Christmases that were always good, always good. I mean, the build-up varied, and it was always good until after lunch. That's when we probably started arguing again, the kids. But great dinner. The morning, this is what we used to do. So we'd go to bed so Father Christmas could come. We'd go to bed in the evening early. But then I was going to bed early anyway because I was quite young. I don't know what time I was allowed to stay up to when I was 14. Because when I was 15, which was the end of August 2000, no, not 2000, 1985, and then the following April I'd left school, so I could pretty much stay up as late as I wanted. But then I had the television from 14 onwards, so officially I was supposed to be in bed. So as long as I went into my bedroom by a certain time, but then I'd be watching TV till early hours. I loved it. Oh, always loved television when I was a kid. That was my comfort, television. And the less people in the room, the better. Seriously, if I was on my own, that was the best time to watch television. Just loved my own. I didn't love my own company, that's probably not the right word, but I guess it's when I felt safest, really, when I was on my own. Maybe, I don't know, I felt more relaxed. Yeah, that's it. Always felt more relaxed when I was by myself. Because I can just be me. I could do me, just be me. No pretense, no... I don't know. That's why having Vinny here is a problem sometimes, because I'm always showing off to him. So he sometimes says, just listen, Dad, can you just relax? Just, you don't have to be on all the time. Just relax, chill out. Just calm down. Okay, Vinny, sorry. Sorry, son. See, that gate is annoying me now. Now, I know I should be able to let it go, but I can't. So we'd wake up in the morning, Christmas morning. We'd all come downstairs in our pyjamas, and we'd come into the living room, and we'd have big sacks in front of the Christmas tree full of presents that we'd all have. On this one particular Christmas, there was 3 bikes, because I wanted a bike, and for the first I thought, they got me 3 bikes. Like, I only expected one, and then my brothers pushed me out of the way. then I realised that they had one as well, each. It took the shine off a little bit. You know, I never was much of a sharer. But it was amazing. The weird thing about it, I knew I was getting a bike, but I didn't believe I was getting a bike. Because next to the newsagents where I used to collect my papers in the evening, I used to go into sometimes it was raining, I'd go into the bike shop, just pretending actually I probably was looking at the bikes because I was fantasizing, but sometimes I just go in there just pretending to look at the bikes while I wait for my papers to be sorted, because I didn't want to get wet. And I was looking at this bike thinking, I like this one, and I saw my name on it, literally my name and my address. Now here's how insecure I was back then. I still didn't believe it was for me. Like my name, my full name and my full address. So clearly it had been purchased and it was just waiting there to be picked up just before Christmas, because they didn't have anywhere to put it. So they'd probably wait until Christmas Eve to collect it. And it was a racer with blue handlebars. Well, this strap that went around it, blue, and had a bell on it. I think the brakes were both on the end of the handlebars and at the top of the handlebars, and it was brilliant. I loved it. I think it had probably had a little rack on the back as well. But I really didn't believe it was mine, or it was going to be mine, until Christmas Day came. I still didn't believe it. And then Christmas Day came, and I remember just after Christmas, when all the shops opened again, I went back in that shop just to make sure it was gone. I don't know why. What I was going to find the same bike still in there with my name on it. Weird, I know. And then I come out of the shop and I see it outside the shop. I'm like, it's moved. Then I realise this is my bike, isn't it? Just left it outside. Christmas dinner was always nice. The downside to Christmas dinner was doing the washing up. Wow, can you hear that gate? It's very... Never used to have a gate there. And one of the neighbours moaned, want a gate, want a gate. We ain't got a gate. Why haven't we got a gate? So the council put a gate up, which is ironic because the person that moaned isn't even a council person. He bought his properties, so it's not even council. But he moaned to the council, I want a gate there. I don't know why, I just feel it's important to have a gate, because it's a gap and I miss all the banging when it's windy. I like to hear the gate banging really loudly. It gives me comfort in my toes. I don't know. What other things did I look forward to? What other things did I enjoy? I got pleasure. I was happy having that big bag of presents. That was nice, because I realised early on that Christmas was about receiving, not giving. And that was the thing I preferred. That's what I liked most. You know, I could pretend otherwise, but it's not true. I was interested in what I was going to get. It might be because for the first 7 years I didn't really have any toys, so maybe that's what it was, but I loved Christmas. I loved my birthday as well. Getting toys, getting new stuff. Absolutely did. I'm not going to lie. And the whole thing of how does someone else like what I got them? How does that affect me? Narcissist. So I used to like and try and go somewhere. I'd find like a little space at a city where I'd be as far away from everyone else as possible, and I'd open them and I'd like say, "Oh, thank you," and I'd shout the name out and then move on to the next one and pile them up. You know, there's always one special gift. Like when we got the bikes, there's always one that was a little bit more it stood out a little bit. And there'd be lots of small presents which I also liked, like little chocolate bars and little boxes of chocolates, and basically anything with sugar in I liked. And I'd start eating them. And we weren't supposed to eat them because it could spoil our lunch, but I never did. Although I couldn't always eat Christmas pudding. I've never been a massive fan of Christmas cake. I think I prefer it now compared to when I was little. I liked it. But it was the marzipan and the icing. It was a little bit too much for me. But the Christmas cake itself was yummy, yum, yum. And I did like Christmas pudding. Not with custard, never with custard. Ever, 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 ever. Could never eat custard. Will never eat custard. But ice cream or cream, whipped cream, what's it called? Is it carnation milk? Carnation milk? That was nice. I used to like that. I don't know if you can even buy it anymore. It used to be in a tin, and you'd open the tin up, and it was lovely, really nice. Used to use it in cooking as well. When I used to go to school and cook stuff, like cakes. I really loved the books. I just always just something about the smell of a new book. So tasty. Love. I don't want to eat them, but they smell great. It's just, yeah. Oh. I'm not sure what other part of Christmas I liked. I suppose just eating. I like the eating. I didn't like wearing a hat. Christmas hat. It never really appealed to me. My dad still insists on it even now. We met up in a pub last Christmas, locally to where I live. And we had a Christmas dinner in there. No one else was having a Christmas dinner. And my dad insisted that we all wear Christmas hats out of the crackers. And there's all these people just out having a drink. Because it was like the first week of December. And I said, I don't really want to wear this hat. And my dad said, why? I said, because I'm hoping to have sex again one day. And I'm in this pub with all these people, and this is not going to help me. Not going to help my cause. Because I look ridiculous. He said, well, if you didn't want to look ridiculous, then you should have come out wearing some trousers. Which is a good point, I suppose. What other good moments? Just trying to think. Happy moments. There's probably a few, but I can't remember them. Can't think of anything during the 80s, particularly. Nothing stands out during the 90s. 2000s. I'd say there was one happy moment. I broke the sales record at Churchill Insurance. So I sold more than anyone else ever had in 1 week. That record was broken 2 weeks later, which was a bit annoying, but yeah, at least I held a record for a while. 2 weeks. But that was a good moment. Oh, there's another one that was quite cool. When I was selling phone contracts, I went into work on a Monday. I'd been working there for maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and all the management were just staring at me. And I said, hello. And one of the supervisors, or the sales leader, said, have you seen? He said something like, how do you do it? I said, what? I said, how do you just... I said, what are you talking about? He said, have you not seen the board? I said, what board? I mean, I've seen boards before. Any particular board you want to talk about? And he was talking about the sales board. And I was number 2 out of everyone. I was the second highest seller. And I didn't even get that many sales, because what happened is the person who was the top, 50% of the people that said yes to having a new phone contract cancelled before they even got any further. You know, they'd phone them up, because that's what they did. We'd do the work, then they'd call up just to confirm that they were happy, and then they'd send the new phone out to them. 50% of her people said no. So she was getting a lot more yeses than me, but then they turned 50% turned into no's. I'd say probably 90%, maybe 80%, probably 90% of my yeses stayed yeses. And they didn't understand how are you doing what you do. But I didn't know how I was doing it. I've got no idea, still don't know. It just, because it was cold calling, so people phoning people up, didn't know who the heck I was. And yeah, it was it's not the easiest job in the world. But they couldn't figure, it's like, how have you done this? And from then on, they kind of seemed to like me. Yeah, that was a nice feeling. So it was a nice feeling. Another nice feeling. So it's like these, I suppose, these little happy moments. I was working for Churchill, and the sales manager came in and told me that they were using, because they recorded all their calls, so they were using my calls to train the new recruits on, because I kind of ticked most of the boxes. I wasn't the top salesperson. I was in a top 5 out of about 200, but my conversion was better than everyone else's. So my call to quote was better than everyone else's, and my call to sale was better than everyone else's, and my quote to sale was better than everyone else's. So I just had a higher level of yeah. It sounds like I'm bragging, but this is just factual, just what happened. I don't know why. I think it was because I talked. I didn't just rush through the call and then get rid of them. I actually built up some kind of rapport. with them. Rapport. So yeah. Nice moment, happy moment. So nothing for the rest of that period. Nothing for 2004, 2005, 2006. I would say I probably had a few happy memories from 2006, because that's when I started doing all this stuff. So visiting the lady that needed, a couple of people that needed operations, helping them to reduce the pain and to reduce, the worrying of it. Going into hospital and doing some hypnosis with someone in hospital. Starting to do group sessions in rehab, a couple of rehab centres. Starting the new website, and all that stuff. So there's lots of quite nice feelings during 2006, 2007. There was a few really nice moments. 2010, I suppose, finding out that I'd got my degree, that was a nice feeling. 2011, 2012, nothing. 2013, 2014, 2015, probably getting this flat. That was a happy moment. Just knowing that I had my own home. But technically, but providing I behave myself, this is a home for life. And then probably that moment, as I said, with Andre, when he climbed up my sleeve. There was a really happy moment I had when I woke up and Vinny was asleep, but his head or his chin was rested on my chest. That was lovely. I really enjoyed that. It's strange, just little things like that. It gave me it was such a beautiful way to start the day. I can't think of anything else offhand. Yeah, that's a few though, isn't it? I know you did ask, what was the most. It's very difficult for me to think of just one example. There's never just one thing. I mean, I suppose if I had a baby, or if I'd gotten married, something like that would possibly be, I guess that'd be quite important to me, wouldn't it? So, I suppose. So maybe my happiest moment would be seeing my newborn child for the first time, or getting married and getting to make love to my new wife for the first time and just be so relieved that she doesn't have a willy. I don't know, it could be anything, couldn't it? It's the joy, or that she did have one, I don't know, however you look at it. So I can't really think of much more. Yeah. I mean, I hope that there's some times ahead, some happy times ahead. I hope so. Yeah. Even if the wind is blowing that blimmin' thingy, bashing that thing against the thing constantly in the garden. The gate, that's it. Couldn't think of the name. Bashing the thing against the thing. I knew what I meant. Maybe you didn't, but you do now. Yeah, I can't think of any other things off the top of my head that not memories of being particularly happy. But there's a few, isn't there? There's a few there. It's not bad. Yeah. Indeed. Right. Next we have... that's weird. The old thingamajig has gone weird. Let's have a look. Here we go. Rich asks, in your last few Let Me Bore You to Sleeps, you've talked about how hot it is. I assume by your podcasts that you do not have central AC. Are you able to put a window AC unit in? A window fan? I live in Florida and have central AC. When I was a kid, we had no AC, but we did have a big window fan that blew, that did a lot. I don't remember as a kid ever being hot inside. In this country, where I live in England, air conditioning isn't really a thing. I mean, it's a thing, but it's not really a thing in the sense of it's not a hot country. We have a few hot days, and I would say just generally we kind of put up with it. It's not to say that there's no houses with air conditioning, because of course there is, and offices have air conditioning. Yeah, I think most offices I've been in have got air conditioning. But here, in the houses, schools. I wonder if schools have air conditioning. I don't think so. The school I lived in when I never lived in a school. What am I talking about? The school I went to, or any of the schools I went to when I was a kid, no air conditioning. I didn't even know what air conditioning was. It's a little bit like, we do have central heating. That would be an issue, because it's a cold country. There's more cold days than warm days. So if there's no central heating, that's a real issue. So central heating over air conditioning is, 1,000,000% the priority for people living in this country. I reckon I could probably count. I can't imagine we have more than 5 uncomfortable days a year, heat-wise. I mean, I know it depends upon a person's situation, because everyone experiences comfort and stuff differently. That's it. But from a personal perspective, I would say I probably feel overheated 5 times a year, maybe, if that. By the weather, I mean. There was a couple of days last week. Oh, that was well timed, wasn't it? The ice cream man. The ice cream man is coming. Or ice cream woman, or ice cream person. I could definitely eat an ice cream. It's not cold. It's not warm today, but it's still a nice day. It's stopped raining now. Yeah, I've never lived anywhere that had air conditioning. It's hard for me to generalise because I would say air conditioning is just not a thing. It's not a general thing in this country. If we were looking at buildings that were built, like homes, I mean, if we were aiming at homes, so every home would have windows. Every home would have some kind of heating system. I mean, generally central heating, but it could be underfloor heating. It could be, every home has heating in it. I suppose it's all called central heating, isn't it? Because it's a central heating system instead of radiators. Every home that's built in this country has a bathroom. May not have a bath, but may have a shower. And the bathrooms here, we have either a bath, a toilet and a sink, or a shower, a toilet and a sink. So that's what we class a bathroom. See, in America, you have bathrooms in restaurants, don't you? So you have baths in restaurants and stuff. So we don't have that over here. So, when you sort of see it in movies and stuff and on TV shows in America, when they say to the waiter, "Oh, can you tell me where the bathroom is?" And the waiter says, "Oh, it's over there on the left," and they go along. Now, I've never understood how that works because I must admit, when I'm out in a restaurant, I don't go to many restaurants to be honest, but I'm generally not prepared to have a bath or a shower because I would want at least a bag with some of my stuff in, like soap, flannel, dildo. I mean, I don't know, just something to, like a towel even. Need a towel. But a little mirror. But it's some little glasses to balance. But anyway, it's good to have play. How can you be prepared unless maybe the hotels or the restaurants rather they have all that for you? Do they charge extra? But then I saw someone in the hospital the other day. I think they were from America, and they stopped one of the porters and said, "Excuse me, can you tell me where the bathroom is?" And it pointed around the corner, and a bloke walked around the corner, and I'm thinking, well, I could do with a bath as well, actually, or a shower at the very least, because it was quite hot. I thought maybe a nice shower and then have it a little bit cooler at the end and just cool off a bit. And I followed him, but by the time I got to where he was gone. I didn't know where he went into. So I couldn't find a bathroom anywhere. It's just toilets. Every room just had a toilet and a sink. No baths or showers or anything. It's just that confusing me. It's almost like it's an invisible bathroom. It's the same in restaurants. I've been in a restaurant and I've heard someone say, "Can you tell me where the bathroom is?" And they've gone to the bathroom, and I thought to myself, you know what? I'm about to eat this food, and I can't even remember the last time I washed my hands. So perhaps I'll go and have a little shower. So I like to wash my hands when I have a shower once a month, and I look and never been able to find a bathroom. It just confuses me. I mean, even like my boss, like when I worked in a comedy club, he used to talk about the bathroom because he was Irish, but he was also American. He'd lived half his life in America, and he'd be going to the bathroom. We'd tell me, just be talking about the bathroom. Make sure the lights are. He actually said it once to me. He said, "Make sure all the light bulbs are on in the bathroom." So I go in and I'm looking for the bathroom. I'm like, well, all the lights are on in the club. All the lights are on in the DJ booth. All the lights are on in the bar area. All the lights are on in the kitchen. All the lights are on in the storage area, like which you could get through to. That's where they stored all the kegs of beer and stuff. So the lights are on in there. That was quite bright, actually. Bearing in mind, you never have to read out there. It was like a really nice light for reading. It almost felt, if you had your eyes closed, like you weren't inside. Like you was perhaps... Actually, just felt like you was standing under a really bright light. I was going to say, it could be anywhere, couldn't it? Yeah, maybe that's not a good example. All the lights are on in the stairway. The staircase going all the way up. The lights are on in the office, the first office. The lights were worked. I mean, they were on, they worked. I didn't leave all the lights on because that would be wasteful. But testing them, there was a couple of light bulbs that had gone in the comics room. That's where the comedians would hang out at night after the show. Or maybe it's like I suppose you could class it like a green room in a way. So the comedians would get ready before the show and stuff. It also had a pool table. That's where the lights were missing. Yeah, there was... This is weird. There was three, because they had this bunch of lights on top of the pool table, like a head, and three lights were missing. But I swear, you couldn't tell. I mean, you could if you looked, but if you didn't look... I mean, that could be the art, yeah, and I suppose you could argue that about anything. You can't see there's the moon if you don't look. But we know there's a moon because you can't see if there's a sun if you don't look. Well, yeah, you can tell there's a sun. How if you don't look? Because we wouldn't be here if there wasn't a sun. Some people get angry though if you bring science into an argument. Ooh. So I then go into the bar, because there's another bar upstairs, and there's no... Yeah, the light bulbs are working in there. Then... well... Oh yeah, I went behind the bar in the nightclub, because it was a separate club to downstairs where the comedy club was, and they had their own, lighting system, and all the lights were fine in there. That was very well organised upstairs. Completely different staff to downstairs. Sometimes there's a bit of an overlap. For example, when it was a particularly busy evening upstairs, they might get some of the staff from downstairs to help if it was a quieter night downstairs during that overlap between 11 and 2, or maybe 10 and 2, because the nightclub would open around 10, the comedy club would open around 7. The nightclub would start getting busy maybe between 11 and 12. The comedy club would start. Sometimes people would be leaving, and that would be the end. They'd leave. But then at the weekend, when the nightclub was on as well, the comedy club had a disco till 2 o'clock. And sometimes it was quiet, sometimes it was really busy. So if it was really busy down there, maybe the staff upstairs in the nightclub, if it wasn't busy, would come down for a little while. And sometimes if it was really busy upstairs and quiet downstairs, a member of staff might go upstairs for a couple of hours. The same kind of thing is if upstairs run out of glasses, because it was much harder to collect glasses in the nightclub than it was in the comedy club, because technically, well, I mean, everyone was seated in the comedy club apart from those people at the bar, but then tickets weren't sold to those people in the bar. They didn't, I'm talking about at the bar in the comedy club. So it's only seats were only, or rather admission was only for people seating, no one standing. Although people seated could go and stand at the bar if they wanted, because there was doors in between, so they could still hear the show and see the show, but they might want to have a little chat, or maybe go wee-wees. And because it was easier to collect glasses down there, it meant that they never really ran out. But upstairs, it was mainly standing. There were some seats, but mainly standing. And there's a little bit of dancing, but it wasn't really a dancey nightclub. It was more, I suppose it was dancey, but it seemed to me more just a kind of a gathering nightclub experience instead of dancey nightclub experience. But then I didn't really go up there very often, because I'm not really not really a nightclubby person. I mean, I did go up there. I mean, I've probably been up there hundreds of times, but I mean, I didn't go up there regularly, as in sort of staying the whole night. And I probably went there more often once I had left London, but it would only be for maybe an hour after the comedy finished at the comedy club, or I might walk between the two and hang out with the doorman that I knew. So that would be kind of what I did, and maybe I'd go upstairs to the nightclub because I knew the back entrance, so sometimes I'd go up that way. And it was also a fire escape as well, but you couldn't get in. You can get out, but you couldn't get in. Although technically, I suppose, if you could open the door and let someone in. I hadn't thought about that. Oh, too late now. It's been closed for forever now. It's been closed for, wow, quite a few years. 6 years, probably. 7 years even, maybe. Ooh. So sometimes the nightclub, because people were standing around, it was harder to collect the glasses because you couldn't really see, because it's a much darker environment than a comedy club. You couldn't really see where the glasses were, or if the glasses were full or empty. And it's also much noisier than the comedy club. So during the break times, it was quite easy to collect glasses because, and that's another thing, you don't have break times in a nightclub, do you? Where all the lights come on and you can kind of just have a look around. Where did I leave that banana? You know? So I think that sometimes the nightclub, if you got busy and they didn't have a chance to collect the glasses and they were running out of glasses, then what they would do is they'd send a member of staff downstairs and ask them to go and collect some glasses, maybe a box of glasses, and bring them back up again. Or perhaps what they'd do is just send a message down, because they had a walkie-talkie system where they could communicate. I don't know why I'm mentioning the word communicate, because that is, I suppose most people know what a walkie-talkie is. It's for communicating, isn't it? It's not for whisking eggs, you know. It's and yeah, so sometimes they do that. That's what that bar is. The nightclub itself, all the lights seem to be working. The entrance to the bar were fine. Seemed to be fine, all the lights were on there. I went outside the club because it was all very bright, so I just checked the lights there. And it was very colourful. They did get quite a lot of walking by traffic, or foot traffic, I think they call it. Not in the early days. In the early days, it was just an alleyway, full of mills and full of, it was an industrial area in East London, in Shoreditch. It was not a nice place because it was all pretty much derelict when they first opened in 1990. I rocked up in 91, January, and they'd been there for, I don't know, less than a year, I think. And I remember walking home from there, and there was no one around. You'd walk there, and there'd be no one around. There was nothing, just nothing. There's not nothing. There's nothing around. Nothing there. And then as time went by, it just started to build up. A cafe opened opposite, a newsagent opened, because it was literally just up the road from the city centre. So it was round the corner from Old Street tube station, and if you turn right, so you come out of the club, you turn right, go to the end of the road, turn right again, and just keep walking. That'll lead you to Liverpool Street. But if you come out of the club, turn left, keep walking. It's quite a few. It's just one road, but it's broken up into, I think, 3 or 4 different bits, and that's Old Street. And in Liverpool Street Station, as you walk down there, especially the last section of road, so once you cross the road, the last section is all city. It's all big buildings, and it's like financial stuff, and I guess, I don't know, banks maybe, and the train station. And opposite Liverpool Street Station is a police station. I think there's a newsagent's there as well, and there's a restaurant, cafe thing. I'm not sure what to call it. It's been there forever, and they get a lot of traffic, a lot of people going in there. I mean, they're exactly opposite the entrance and the exit to Liverpool Street Station, one of the busiest train stations, I'd say possibly even in the world. It's like very busy, just due to the fact that where the station is stationed, they get a lot of people go through there every day. So to imagine having a place where you can buy sausage sandwiches and cups of coffee and stuff like that, it's a gold mine, isn't it? And probably a little bit less so now with the advent of Costa coffee and Nero and stuff like that in recent years. By recent years, I mean the last four decades probably. But there's quite a few of those dotted around, I think, inside and outside of Liverpool Street Station. Costa coffee. But the newsagents, that's quite a good thing to have. They must get so much business. It's almost like a perfect situation, because first of all, you've got traffic, technically, like let's say the cafe, from all over the world. You've got people from all over the world coming in to eat. It wasn't a big place either, but a lot of people would come and get takeaways. They come and get their sandwiches or whatever for their breakfast or whatever for going to work or on the way home. So not only is it's there, you've got people, you've got the regulars who work in the city coming in the morning, maybe buying coffee. I mean, they might not buy coffee anymore so much, but it's still going to be cheaper than Costa's, because Costa coffee, though I don't think it's like hugely expensive, it's about time, isn't it? Because if you're going to go and queue up to get your Costa coffee, well, this is not an advert for Costa, by the way. It's just I've been in and out of Costa coffee for 2 weeks. I actually had a coffee the other day. You might be thinking, why do you keep going in there then if you're not buying coffee? I like the decor. No, I've been getting sandwiches, drinks. I've like cold drinks. I didn't want a hot drink in this weather. Cold drinks and maybe a little packet of biscuits and these little cheese toasties I've been having over the last couple of weeks. And the other day, I don't know which day, it might have been Friday. I think it was, or it might have been Saturday, but I think it was Friday. But then again, it might have been Thursday because I'm losing track of the days. I got a coffee for him, for Uncle Sausages, and I got a sausage. I didn't get a sausage. I got a coffee for me. Got sausages for me. I did get a sausage roll the other day, but it was a sausage in a roll as opposed to a sausage roll. And I didn't end up eating it because I brought it home. I was hungry, but at the same time, I just wanted to get back. So I bought that. But I didn't end up eating it, so I gave it to Vinny. And he ate the sausages. What we did on Saturday, yeah, it was yesterday. Seems like days ago. I think it was yesterday. Me and Uncle Sausages went down to Costa. Oh yeah, that's it. Because the local Costa to where he stays, his current hotel room in hospital. Because there's two Costas and one is closed at the weekends. It's just a small one. You can't sit in there. I mean, you can, but you'd have to sit on the floor, and it's frowned upon. So that's not open at the weekend. But the large one is, and there's seating for, I don't know. I feel I've almost got the map in my head. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Probably I'd say about 50 people, maybe a little bit more. It's quite spacious. Most people just order to take out, and I think part of that is because of the weather, because there's a lot of people sitting outside who I imagine wouldn't be sitting outside if it wasn't warm. But then there's a lot of staff sitting outside as well, so they would probably still be ordering food and coffees and stuff like that. Maybe they'd be sitting in if they didn't have anywhere to go, so they might be sitting in the restaurant bit. I say restaurant, but you know, I don't know. Do we really need to call every seating place where you eat a restaurant? I think it demeans restaurants a little bit, almost devalues restaurants, because you've got someone, maybe it's their life's ambition to open a donut and tomato restaurant or donut omelette restaurant, you know, and that's their speciality, donut omelettes. And you know, they put everything into it, all their life savings, and they've got this nice little place, and they found somewhere that's almost shaped like a donut, and an omelette. And they got the logo, which is basically a donut with an egg sticking in it. I mean, it's like perfect. Everything's really good. And they go to work with pride. They built up this business, and maybe it was a new thing at the time, and some people thought, omelettes with donuts on? That's just weird. But then, over time people got accustomed to it, and they're not really happy, and maybe they've got a restaurant review in the local paper. Things are going good, and perhaps they decide to go out, and someone says, "Oh, well, no." Maybe they get a review, and the person says, "Oh, I'd like to do a review as well." And he says, "Oh, who are you?" So, "I do reviews for restaurants. It's a local magazine, and it's basically just for, this would be perfect." And I said, "Oh, really?" And he said, "Yeah, really. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, isn't it? Yeah, it is exciting, isn't it? Mmm. And eventually they stop making noises at each other, and one of them says, "So, shall I take some pictures? Shall I?" And the other bloke says, "No, well, I'm the one doing the review. Perhaps I should take the pictures." So the restaurant owner says, "Oh, okay then." And they both have a cuddle, and he's so excited. His restaurant's going to be in a review in a magazine, and he says, "Well, how am I going to see this magazine? Because I don't know where it is. Because it's a specialist magazine." And the bloke said, "Well, I'll send it to you. I've had such a good time here. It's been wonderful. I'll send you the magazine." And then he sends in the magazine in the post. The restaurant owner's all excited. "Ooh, magazine's coming through soon. Magazine." And he looks through it. He gets it, and it's like, it's not on the front cover. Okay, it's fair enough. This is the first magazine review. Don't expect to be on the front cover, but there's a mention. There's a little mention in the corner of the right hand side. "Would you eat here? Question mark, question mark, question mark." And he thought, "Oh, hope that's us." And he gets there, and he sees that there's not just his review on him, but he noticed that there's reviews for, he can't even say it out loud, a burger chain. I mean, it's an American burger chain. It's not as well known in the UK as it probably will be, but it's nevertheless a review on a new burger chain that's popular in America, and it's the first one to be in that area. So this restaurant owner is furious because he doesn't class that as being a restaurant, somewhere where you can buy a burger and chips or fries or whatever and sit down and eat it. That is not a restaurant experience. I mean, ultimately, if you're going to have his opinion, not mine, his opinion is, if you're going to, a restaurant is somewhere that you sit down, maybe you have a bit of lift music, that's nice, elevator music, have it piping out, and maybe have speakers underneath each chair for the ambience. And it's important if you have really, really tall chairs, because he said that there's something about self-esteem. Sometimes being waited on, people can, I don't know, it just seems a bit strange to English people. So what he thought he would do is you'd have these big chairs which you had to climb up, like a little ladder you had to climb up and climb on, and you'd have to tie yourself in because of health and safety. That, found that out the wrong way. So a little seat belt, and I mean, they were, to start with, the health and safety were considering little parachutes as well, but didn't make him do that. As long as he had a nice spongy floor covered in, I say it wasn't really sponges, it's more trampoliny really, but it seems to do the job. Especially, the good thing about it though, good thing about having a trampoline on the floor in a restaurant is if you drop your food, you can catch it again. So that's quite good. If you drop your pie or whatever it is, your drink. So he wanted something a bit more traditional, like that, like a big long table, big long chairs, with music, ambient. Not necessarily lift or, elevator music. Maybe just, music you listen to when you're on hold. I love that music. When you're on hold to a big company, and maybe it could be a bank, or it could be electric gas company, and they put you on hold and you get some that music. Sometimes I just phone up just to have a nice listen. It's so relaxing. I get it. Really, it jolts me when they answer the phone. Eventually, I have to hang up again and go back to the back of the queue. But it's a weird conversation though, for some reason, because when they do come through, say, "Hello, how can I help?" "Oh, I'm just listening, just here for the music." "Excuse me? I'm just listening to the music." "What do you mean you're listening to the music?" I don't know how else to say it really. I was listening to the music. There's no other way to say it. I can't dress it up in a different way. That's what I was doing. I was listening to the music. Your music. Our music. Well, I don't imagine you actually wrote the music. I mean, I'm sure you're not just standing there playing a piano and someone's with you with a violin all day. And the lady said, that's true. They only come in for about two hours a day. The rest of the time they just have it on the loop. So they have it live for 2 hours a day. And he said, "Really?" She said, "No." So, "Oh, was it a joke?" She said, "Yeah." He said, the problem with jokes is if you have to tell the person it's a joke, that gate's really, really banging, isn't it? I've got a little solution for that. And the lady on the phone said, "What are you talking about, a gate?" And he said to her, "No, that was Jason talking." It gets confusing, isn't it? Just one voice. Who's talking? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So that was his idea. He was just like, a proper restaurant is that just going and buying some fish and chips or a kebab and sit down on a chair does not make something a restaurant. He had a bit of a bad attitude really sometimes. So I went upstairs to the office. All the rooms, because there was a little kitchenette area. There was a ladder to the roof, and then there was the actual office, and there was a toilet as well, and all the lights were everywhere, all working. And that was the last place I kind of looked. I looked everywhere else in the club. So my boss was sitting at his desk. He said, "You all right?" I said, "Yeah." He said, you look confused. You look worried." I said, "Oh no, it's just you asked me to do something earlier, and I'm just struggling." He said, "Well, I've only seen you once. I just asked you to make sure the lights are on in the bathroom, or the lights work in the bathroom." I said, "I can't find the bathroom. Where's the bathroom? Where do you hide it?" Yeah. Didn't last much longer in that job for some reason. So I still don't know. It's like this kind of, it's like Narnia. The Americans have got this place called the bathroom, but I can never find it. Whether it's in a restaurant, whether it's a shopping centre, whether it's an airport. Whenever I hear someone saying, "Have you got a bathroom? Can you tell me what a bathroom is?" That's not a very good accent, but "Can you tell me where the bathroom is?" And that wasn't a very good accent either, was it, really? Not really. I say, "Oh." Because they'd ask me, "Can you tell me where the bathroom is?" I said, "Yeah, it's at the top of my stairs. If you come in the front door, the top goes straight up, and that's where the bathroom is." Now, they didn't. I didn't realise they didn't want to know where my bathroom was. And then I said, "So where's your bathroom?" Because I thought that's what the conversation was about, bathrooms. Because I read somewhere that if you show an interest in another person, it's good for report. And if they ask you a question, then fake being interested in them. That's what it is. Pretend to be interested in them by asking them questions which show to them that you really, really mean and genuinely are interested, even though you're not. So that's what I did. I just used to kind of copy the question and boomerang it back. Technically, boomerang. You can't boomerang something back, can you? Because it'd come back to me, wouldn't it? Do boomerangs actually work? I've never seen a boomerang work in action. Anyone? So, yeah, we don't really have air conditioning here in homes. You can get air conditioning units that you can buy. I don't have one myself. And you can buy things like fans. People have fans. Fans that's generally the solution in this country. Just a general fan that maybe moves around a bit, goes from side to side, and can blow some cool air. That's really it. Air conditioning, not so much. You can get air conditioning units that you can stick like the tube outside of the window and have the fan on, and it kind of helps the air. But generally, I've only seen those in action probably 3 times. Twice in 2 offices I worked in, and once in hospital. Outside of that, I haven't really seen that very often. I mean, in Thailand, all the hotels have got air conditioning as standard because of the natural weather. But here, our natural weather is, in the summer, I can't imagine it's much more than 20 degrees in the summer, averaged out. We get some like 26 days. Sometimes it's over 30, but it's rare. It's rare to be over 30. But at the same time, we don't get particularly cold weathers in England anyway. we get cold days, but they're not like a cold day here is maybe -5. That's like probably as cold as it's going to get. I mean, that is cold, obviously, but generally in the winter, unless it's icy, it's usually above 0. But we don't end up with like -40 like in Russia or New York. They're the only two places I know that go really, really, or Canada as well. Lots of countries get really cold, don't they, in the winter? We don't really get that. But it doesn't stop us moaning about the weather, because that is our given right. It's our hereditary. Hereditary? Heredity? Ancestry? It's just what we do. That's what I mean. Tammy asks, do I have any tattoos? I do. On my right arm, I've got a tattoo of I don't know what it is. I used to tell people it was my mum, or my girlfriend sometimes. It's just basically like a dragon head, like a Chinese dragon in those parades, That's one of those things. But now you can hardly see what it is because it's so faded. I got it done when I was 16, so it was nearly 40 years ago. I can't believe that arm is nearly 55 years old. Still okay, still works. 55 years old. Blimey. Who'd have thought it, eh? Who'd have thought it? Can I please go back to 1992 and be young and fruity again? Ooh. I got no other tattoos though. I did think about, I thought about getting some, but every time I thought about getting one, it was rude, and I ended up not. Like a tattoo on your back with a little arrow going down, or things like that. It's just. I don't know, just cheeky stuff. I thought about getting something on me, what's it? Getting something written on me, what's it? A tattoo there on my old willy, but I went to a few different tattoo places, but they tried and tried, but they couldn't find any tattoos small enough, so I didn't bother. Brilliant, a willy joke. At my expense, great, brilliant. I thought about just having the word sorry on it. Sorry to disappoint you. But to be fair, if I could fit the word, the sentence "sorry to disappoint you," they wouldn't be disappointed, would they? I do believe this is probably the end of the recording. I may have gone on a little bit, and this may have been the longest Let Me Bore You to Sleep recording I've ever done. Ever. So I'm going to go. Thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy, and be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye.